meet a fantastic leader who joins us from UK. His name is Mike Bradley, and he is the Group Strategy Officer of RHF Group and Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let's meet Mr. Mike Bradley.
Hello, Chandra.
So welcome to the Likeable Leaders, Mike, and our audience would like to know more about you. You are an accomplished leader with more than 2 decades of work experience. You've had many successes, many experiences along the way. So why don't you share your story, how you became Mike Bradley, the Chief or a Group Strategy Officer or RHF at Scale Up Arena, as we see you today?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for that, Chandra, and good to meet you again. And yes, my journey, I suppose, has come through the tech sector principally, and been in that for you're very generous with 2 decades. It's been a bit longer than that actually, but I don't normally admit it. And so yes, I was working for an IT manufacturer, which was an interesting position and role. I was on the tech side, on the technical side, so it was quite heavy technical at one stage. Then I was at a very young age training manager for UK and Ireland for the tech people within that business. So I was immediately interested in people, and I guess that's sort of been a underlying interest right the way throughout my career. I was also from an early stage involved in channel and developing businesses in conjunction with the company, and that again has been an underlying route. So through the course of time, I've been in running businesses for IT distribution companies, been in sales, of course, always wanting and looking forward to getting into general management. I like the intellectual challenge. I love an intellectual challenge, variety, adventure, international work, working with people around the globe. So yes, strategic and corporate development. So it naturally came to where we are now. Always been interested in people around the world, the international scene. Also always interested in current affairs, what makes people tick, and working with people.
Amazing story, Mike. I think you are a great leader and you have seen the transformation. And I really beg your pardon, basically, for saying 2 decades. In fact, it should be 3 decades. So, what is your observation and learning from the transition of industry over last 3 decades?
Well, I think obviously the last 3 decades has seen a massive change from traditional communication into digital communication. And I think that has probably been the largest change that we have seen. I was in the early stages selling email, which seems crazy now to think we actually had to tell people what this concept was at one stage. But then, of course, it moved on. We replaced, telex with fax. Then fax disappeared. Then we went into audio conferencing. This idea of talking around the globe on the telephone. Then we went into web sharing, and things like WebEx came on the scene, and the products that would enable us to communicate in real time across the globe, internally in organizations and then externally. And then there's things like digital exhibitions, webinars. Here we are talking across the globe online. That I think has been the biggest change. And for me, there's a tremendous amount of potential in communication. The more we communicate, there's always a downside, but the majority of us, we can gain so much by talking, interacting, supporting each other on a global basis. And that's been a massive positive change for the whole world.
So I see the Scale Up Arena behind you, the logo and the name of your company. Mm-hmm. So at this point, let's learn a little bit about what is Scale Up Arena, what type of activities your company is doing, and what is your spread?
Okay, well, Scale Up Arena is there to support growing companies, companies that are seeking growth. And there's two classifications we're all familiar with. There's startups and there's scale-ups. Okay, so you've got the early stage, the ideas, then you've got a startup, and the startup is traditionally the person that goes to the bank, says, I'm starting a new business. They spend 2 hours having a chat with the bank manager, telling them all about what they're going to do. The bank manager says, sign this piece of paper, and then says, I'll send you a debit card in the post and come and talk to me in 2 years when you've got some money. And that's the startup we're all familiar with. Then there's the scale-ups, which has become more popular as a term, which is very rapid growth companies that are 3 years of 20% year-on-year growth with 10 people at the start of that counting period. Now, if you think about it, between startup and scale-up, there's probably a minimum of 3 years, possibly 4 or 5. And I term those emerge ups. That gap is emerging companies. They're not startups. They're faster than that. They started to get traction. But the challenge is there's a big gap with nobody addressing and supporting that marketplace. So I put together Scale Up Arena as the first ecosystem, community, online digital community, online ecosystem, as a way for those emerge up companies to reach that scaling place and scale ups, hopefully, where they can basically get the 5 pillars of growth, which historically have been silo-ized and people have categorized them. So all these companies need resources, they need funding, finance, they need partnering, M&A and joint ventures, which is of course my background, so I'm passionate about that. And part of the growth story, you can't have a growing company without having partnering and channels to market. Then the third area is you need to be able to showcase that product or that shop window, which is the sort of third pillar of Scale Up Arena, a place where you can put an elevator pitch, a multimedia pitch that enables the company to be seen and found rather than going into this needle in the haystack approach on Google. And then fourthly, there's the importance of things like tutoring, training, learning and development. We never stop learning. It's a lifelong journey, as you know. But in order to optimize opportunities, you need to be able to keep up to date, particularly in the tech space, where you've got products obsoleting every 6 months. So you've got to keep learning. And so within that pillar, we have things like multicast like this, podcasts, people that are sharing their expertise, knowledge to support. And then finally, there's expert advisory or micro consulting, Micron as I call it, which enables those growing companies who need the skills of a multinational. They need a marketeer. They need a finance officer. They need a strategy officer. They need corporate support, tax incentives. But they actually maybe can't afford to have those people full time when they're emerging, but they could actually have them on a gig economy basis, a part-time basis, an iteration for a particular project, for a particular intervention, maybe weekly as opposed to every day. So those are the 5 pillars that Scale Up Arena provides on a global basis. You asked about scope. We have online meetings where we have people from around the world. We've got people from China, India, Africa, UK, America, though they don't join our virtual meetings because it tends to be in the morning and they're still sleeping. But we have interactions with those people around the globe, again, supporting that whole area that is vital for growth, which is the ability to, what I call it, connect, communicate, collaborate, cooperate, and then to close, because that's what it's all about.
So what it takes for the emerging companies to leverage the platform is basically a sign up or something else?
Well, they can become engaged in lots of ways, actually. They can become like a member of the ecosystem. Scale Up Arena is a general one. We've just launched one called Insure Scale Up for the insurance space, We are also likely to be putting up another one soon for healthcare and life sciences. We've got geographic areas, so we're talking about doing one for India, and one for the African region as well, 33 countries. A scale-up arena will still be like the root of all of that, but they basically become a member. And when they become a member, we give them an induction program and an optimization guide. And it's a real give-as-get community. So, like everything in life, you've got to, what you put into it is what you'll get payback on. And so it's all about collaborating and communicating together. Referring is a key part of it. We all know if we're trying to sell or buy something, a referral is worth a ton of advertising. So we encourage referrals right across the ecosystem. We encourage the members to have a listing for their company in the showcase, a expertise listing in the micro consulting expert area, and then also a vital, I think, is not just to provide information for learning and development and tutoring and training, but to actually use that as a soft sell, because a lot of us don't know what we don't know. So I recommend that they come up with an online briefing about their subject matter, because they're solving a problem. It's not that we have to sell, it's that people need to recognize they have a need. So we recommend they put up a briefing or a webinar. Maybe it's chargeable in some cases or free of charge, to say about their particular area, why it's so vital. And I think that's a real soft sell. So that's how they get engaged. Then we do all sorts of other stuff like social media, encourage them to put podcasts, video casts, exactly what we're doing now on specialist subjects to keep things alive. We're also building in now an ability to communicate as a member, create groups and communicate within those groups. We don't want to create noise, but we want to create focused conversations.
So I think the best way to describe is collaboration among the emerging companies, and put your strengths together to win something even bigger. So I think it's an amazing initiative, and the viewers who are listening can reach out to Scale Up Arena and register, take advantage of this. Moving on, you had so many successes in your career, long career. Would you like to share one of the biggest success you have had, and which is very close to your heart? How you accomplished it, what were the challenges you faced, and things like that.
Okay. Well, there's a few. I think strategic partnering with major corporates is the biggest challenge, because there's an awful lot that, I don't know if you're aware of the book, Chandra. There's Uncommon Sense and Common Nonsense.
I've heard about it, but I've not read it.
Yeah, it's an interesting book. And what it basically says is, let's say 80% of people follow the norm. Everybody thinks they've got to copy everybody else. But it's the 20%, the uncommon sense, that is the important thing. And the problem within a lot of corporates, I think, and particularly with partnering, this is important, is they get into groupthink. They start to think that they've arrived. And so strategic partnering is always an interesting one. And I think one of the biggest successes I had was when I was launching in 2006, launching a relationship with a large networking integrator across Europe, part of France Telecom Group. And the challenge was how to overcome this bureaucratic approach to going to market in a major corporate where everybody's in a silo and you've got to get all the approvals to make things happen. Bearing in mind, in the tech space, products are going obsolete every 6 months. You don't have 12 months to make a plan. And the approach I ended up taking, I think, was I'll go ahead and do what I know I need to do, and I'll take the rap later if I get a challenge. And one of the successes there was, one of the early successes was closing a major opportunity in Northern Europe, in the Benelux area. And of course, until we had this deal, it was like, oh, why should we? Why do we need to bother across Europe? There's loads of other products to sell, blah, blah, blah. But then when we closed this massive deal, all of a sudden, the market lit up. Everybody in the organization wanted us to come and pitch to them, get involved, sell something. And I think that was a really, great success. Another success for me was when I started doing work with India, set up a joint venture with a division of Tata. And so we had my employer, the American company, which was supplying the service for communication on the network of Tata. And so putting that together, it was for me, it was, at the time, it was a new geography. And I'd been, of course, since 2008, been across to India a lot, loved the people, loved the energy. That's why I think the living bridge is so interesting for us. Between the UK and India, we have so much to do together, and that went off very successfully. Enjoyed that, and as a result, that was not just a success, but opened up a whole new international area for me. And I guess another success was when I was chairing a business education charity, and it was all about helping 17, 18-year-olds to set up and run their own business in an academic year at school. And I restructured the local boards into a strategic and an operational board. And in the space of 4 years, we went from having 5 operating companies to 50. And I also ended up with and I was working with the top 100 companies in that particular geography. I tried to get the corporates involved. So I went to the CEOs, the FDs, and the HR directors. And I had a lot of corporates come to me. And one of the great successes for me was one day, one of those MDs was retiring. And he contacted me and he said, oh, I'm just about to retire, Mike. I'd like to do something to help this charity, business education charity. And so he said to me, what can I do? And he worked for, I won't mention the brand, but he worked for a company where at a particular time of year, he was asked to get tickets for Wimbledon tennis championships. And people would phone him up, say, oh, can you get me this? Can you get me this, Peter? And so I said, I tell you what, why don't you help me raise some funds? Because this is the opportunity to reverse the tables. So you can phone up all the people that you've been giving tickets to and say, how about some cash? So he then came on board and did that. He was our sponsorships director. And that was another big success.
It's so great to learn from leaders like yourself, and I feel that I'm truly blessed that I have this job, and I learn a lot from leaders like you. You are truly a global leader. You have so much experience and spread. You work with multiple types of companies spread across multiple countries, and so therefore you have so much experience. So from your experience, would you like to share where the industry is going in this decade? Considering that your clientele and your partners are spread across the world?
Well, I think in the whole world is going digital. And even in traditional technology, digital is now playing a part. I had a brief spell of running a hydraulics company. And at the time, the CEO of the hydraulics company prided himself, this was only 15 years ago, prided himself on not using email. And a bit like the retail stores who haven't adopted online strategies, what's happening is those companies that are traditional who do not adopt a digital strategy for going to market, for marketing, for growing, are going to struggle. So I think that's one of the big changes that's coming. And thankfully, I've always been at the leading edge of communication, always been in digital. And that's partly where Scale Up Arena is coming from. We're also putting together rebirthing, actually, for SME IT opportunity, which is to help the 80% of companies who reside on the industrial estates of the world who don't touch tech, to optimize that in an efficient and effective way. I think that's the second, so the first one is digital is going everywhere. Second one is traditional technology is going to have to adopt digital. And the third one is, of course, everything is going much faster. If you don't optimize your opportunities in 3 years within the tech market, you deliver or die. So the pace of change is much quicker, and we can only optimize the opportunities if we use partnering approaches, joint ventures, M&A, cute and smarter routes to market. So that's, I think those are the major changes.
And I think while going through your website, I learned about the investor help also you're giving to the emerging companies. Would you like to talk about that? How the investor community is going to shape up our future?
Yeah, well, I think obviously, again, taking all the other things into perspective, what happens is that typically a company forms around a technology or a product. And somebody will think, oh, I've got just a solution. I've seen this problem and I can create a product for it. And one of the most important things is to realize that actually it's great having a product, but you've got to find a market. And you've got to address the needs of that market by solving a problem. And that, I think, is probably the area that investors are looking for most, is how do they offset their risk? They're putting their money in, but their risk is reduced massively if they can see traction and go to market. There's every day we see great ideas coming in through the different ecosystems. The only snag is a lot of them say, oh, we're pre-revenue, but we want 500,000. Well, if it was your own money, how would you feel about it? And so I think when companies are approaching investors, they have to think, if this was my money, would I want to invest it? And so the key to that is have a good exec summary. They don't want War and Peace. They don't want 100 pages. They don't have time for 100 pages. What they want to know is that the money's safe. They got a good team. They've got a good proposition. They started to maybe get some traction. Don't start with trying to boil the ocean. If you can't get your local easy connected people to join, how the heck are you going to boil the ocean? So you've got to prove the model in a small way, and then you'll develop. That's what I see happening. And of course, access to funding through global platforms like Scale Up Arena is going to become easier, but the basics are still the same. People are putting their money on to a proposition, and they want to know that they're going to, at least it's going to be safe, and ideally it's going to grow at a sensible rate.
Do you also see growth in more events around the crowdsourcing? Because the rule of the engagement will remain the same. You need to give the comfort feeling to the investors. But do you see crowdsourcing, crowdfunding playing a major role as we go along?
I think it has its place, and it also depends on the objectives of the founders. There's certainly, if you can build up a tribe, as it were, if you can build up a follower base, warm prospects, customers, they are potentially the ones that you can go for. B2C, I think it's much more popular than a B2B environment. That's not to say you can't do it in B2B, but I think there are more efficient ways to raise business funding. If you've got a consumer product, people will, if they're interested, they might go to your site, or you may be able to get profile and traction through Instagram or Facebook, etc. And then you might be able to draw the crowd to help make an investment. But I definitely think it's got a place, but it's more of a place for me in the B2C space than the B2B space.
So thank you very much for giving us all this information and sharing your mantra of success. What is your last message to the budding entrepreneurs who are watching this video?
I think there are three things. One is never give up. Okay, just don't be put off by the naysayers, because there'll always be people who say you can't do it. But you have to have a degree of pragmatism. There might be a time when you have to say we're going to stop. But I think it was in a film where it said, if things aren't yet all right, it's not yet the end. Yeah. And so that's another one. And I do believe, if in doubt, go for it, because you only live once. So if you don't try and achieve your dreams, you're guaranteed you're not going to achieve them.
I think this is a very powerful message, Mike, and I really appreciate coming to this show with you and discussing things about what you have done globally. It was lovely talking to you, Mike.
And to you, Chandra, thank you very much for the interview. I've really enjoyed it. And have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. If you had followed my videos a few days back, I had predicted that before coming to India, Trump will put their weight behind, or rather, the US government will put their weight behind Pakistan in FATF review of grey list to blacklist for that country. And this is exactly what has happened. So, Pakistan has now two strong heavyweights favoring them, and it is in their interest to come out of the grey list. However, so China is one of them, and this time United States also putting their weight behind Pakistan, so that they can gain the trust, and Pakistan help United States to withdraw their forces from Afghanistan. Uh, However, what has happened is this FATF organization is headquartered out of Paris, and out of the 27 points, a list of 27 points on which Pakistan had to demonstrate sort of a progression in terms of coming out and removing terrorism or terrorist activities originating from their country. Uh, on these 27 points, Pakistan did not qualify on the 13. Now these 13s are the most critical ones, and so FATF have given them a very strong, stern warning, and given them an additional 4 months of time to show improvement. Why these 4 months? Because obviously Pakistan is having a very tough time from the economic point of view, and they want to really come out of this economic doldrum that the country itself is going through. In fact, many things are happening in Pakistan. The taxation has been increased. The income tax has been increased, because any government in any other country, any part of the world, will work towards reducing income tax. But in Pakistan, it is happening the other way around. They are increasing the income tax. So they are in a very dire need of finances, funding, And if they get into blacklist, currently there are only two countries which are in blacklist, which is North Korea, and other one is Iran. And Pakistan is just sitting on the edge to be dropped into blacklist. So if they get into blacklist, their economic situation will worsen first, because there will be no advances from anywhere in the world, and the state will move into a very difficult situation. So this time, Pakistan has been given additional 4 months with a very strong warning from FATF members. And after 4 months, if they do not show improvement in actual action taken on the terrorist activity, then there is a big chance that Pakistan will become a blacklisted country after 4 months. So I just wanted to bring this to you as an update. I will see you tomorrow as usual. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Spotlight. And today I'm very honored to welcome our guest today, Mr. Jeremy Blaine, the CEO of Performance Works. He joins us from UK.
Good to join you again, CK. Hope you're well.
Absolutely. And today we have a very interesting subject to discuss with you, Jeremy. And the subject is very close to my heart. And also, I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs must be thinking about it. You know, when you start your company, or you start your group, or you start as a leader in the industry, you have a goal, you have a purpose, and you want to fulfill that purpose. But along the way, you somehow miss that purpose and you become a profiteer. You know, after a couple of years, you want to make sure that you want to keep making revenues, etc. So I think this is one subject. How do you strike a balance between the purpose of your company or your group or your leadership, and how much profit you have to look at? What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, we don't often talk about it being a problem making profit, do we? in business. What a way to start 2021 after we've just had this pandemic, and businesses are looking, some businesses are fighting for survival, some are fighting for every piece of margin. But actually, what is happening is that alongside that, there is this huge transformation that is happening in business, as we know, not just the traditional business transformation like digital and workforce, but actually at leadership level, and the need to drive new traits and skills at leadership level to take the company in a different direction. And there is a growing groundswell of leaders across the world who are, I would use the phrase, who are becoming forces for good. So beyond the company walls, they have an eye to what is the contribution of the business and them to society, to the planet as a whole, when we talk about climate change, but also how they can manage and lead their business more ethically and balance profit and purpose together. And purpose, I think it's worth mentioning. When we say purpose, that is going beyond traditional vision and mission. It's having a core purpose which is meaningful to that leader, to that business, to the employees within the business, and to their customers and stakeholders externally to it. You could be as bold as to say that many of these more enlightened leaders who are starting to very, very loudly talk about this are really challenging the very roots of capitalism as we know it today, and looking at a brand new model.
So I think it is easier said than done. It requires a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, risk analysis. And I know for sure, you work with a lot of entrepreneurs globally. You help them with their journey. And you also have a very unique company called Performance Work. And you come out with these different matrices, and you help people like us. Do you have a model by which you can strike, a person like me can strike a balance between how much profit I need to run my show and how much time I need for myself?
Yeah, well, I don't have a model, I have an ethos. So my ethos is that between 5 and 8% of my profits will go to supporting the communities within which I serve. And you can go to my website and have a look. Now, I'm a small business. I have embraced a new way of working. So I've restructured and set up my business very differently to a traditional model. I've embraced the gig economy. I have 100% contingent workforce apart from myself, and leverage talent from all over the world, not just within 10 miles or 10 kilometers of where I live. So I have unique resources, but that also enables me to practice this as well. So I am using and hiring talent from around the world also that have a very similar viewpoint. So they want to work with an organization like myself. So if we can do that together well, then we create a sort of a mutual loyalty. So it gives you that sort of sense of a permanent workforce. So that's one way of me shoring up the business from, if you like, from the bottom up. But then because I'm able to control what I do and how I do things and how I source things, I do that in a responsible way that, first of all, helps me manage my costs, but also helps to give back. So, for example, it's not just about, when I say give back, it's not just about giving to charity or donating. It is actually work with the people that I work with. Part of the remuneration that I offer them is to make donations for causes that they're passionate about in their country or within their region. And also, if they're in a country which is going through some kind of major event, is make sure that we're actively supporting them as individuals and their family, but also in a financial way, in a very small way. Being a small business, 5 to 8% of my business is not 5 to 8% of HP or Unilever, of course, let's face it. But my argument would be, if there are many entrepreneurs like myself and small businesses and medium businesses who do this, the number becomes huge.
I'm sure this is a very interesting concept. And, I think for a small companies like yours and as well as mine and many others like us, it will also depend on how much revenue we are making per customer. Because if you're not making enough revenue, then, you can't implement this model. So you must have faced these challenges, how much you have to make per customer. And because you're embracing the gig economy, you have a limited time at your hand, and you want to make it maximum output out of that. So what is your mantra of finding who's the right client to work with?
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Even if you've got a blueprint of the right client, it doesn't always work. That. You feel that it's good potential, but it's there. But so I don't look at it on a client by client basis or a partner by partner basis. I look at it as more of the overall business mix. So, in margin terms, I have a minimum margin that I look at, which enables me then to give back. It doesn't necessarily need to be giving back to that community there or to that client because I'm working with that client or wherever it is, but I do require a minimum, of course. So as long as I'm making that minimum margin, I'm able to do that. And what I do is I make sure that is ring fenced in our account. So my accountant is very much on board with this as well. And she knows that at the end of each month, she'll look at that, she'll look at the margin, she'll extract that out of the monthly figures and put it into a pot that we can use. And then we use that very sensibly as well. We don't use it every month. We use it, as and when it's needed, but we also make sure we do it. And even in small ways, I do a series, which of course you have been a guest on, CK, called Guest Practices, where we talk to entrepreneurs like yourself who have a story to tell and who can inspire with their own journey. And part of the way of thanking my guests with that is, as you'll remember, is talking to you about what's really important for you, where you live, or the country where you live, the region where you live, that we can contribute to as an added thank you for being there, and we make a donation. So it comes either in moments like that when we do very specific things like that, or month by month, quarter by quarter, when we look at what the available pot is, and it's always different, and where it's needed. So, for example, at the end of 2019, we diverted much of our funds not just to, you know, the poorest places on earth, but also some of the countries who were in bad need of it. So it was around the Australian bushfires, you'll remember, which absolutely decimated not just communities and families, but wildlife on a large scale and the natural environment. And so actually we diverted almost kind of 90% of our available gifting, if you like, and support to that all around the world. And again, I reinforce, even as a small business, you can do this. Every little helps. Just remember that.
Very, very interesting. In fact, you mentioned about the wildfire. There are wildfires everywhere. And, most of the time, the plight of the wildlife is sort of ignored. And I think people like you are doing a lot to help this cause. So this brings me to a question which is lurking in my mind. And that is, this needs to be spread. There has to be a rub-off effect of what you're doing. I think all of us should embrace the gig economy and also contribute whatever percentage we have in mind back to the society. So are you thinking or planning or already have a group where like-minded people can join and share ideas?
Well, yes, informally, I would say, but I'm also learning from people and entrepreneurs. So there is a CEO in the UK called Paul Hargreaves, who is the CEO of a company called Cotswold Fare. It is a wholesale food distributor. He is absolutely committed to this, and he wrote this book that you can see here, Forces for Good, which is talking about creating a better world through purpose-driven business. And his argument with this book is it's about leaders. He is one of these new breed of leaders who's had he's my age, had a traditional career and then started his own business, was a profiteer, as you called it before, and then suddenly took a step back and say, you know what, I can do more and I need to do more and we have a duty to do more. The old model isn't working and there are lots of people like this. So there's an informal community that we talk about, and I've also interviewed Paul on those same kind of guest practices podcasts that I do that I was doing for you, and it's fascinating. You talk to somebody like Paul, and he is so emotionally tied to this, that the way that he talks about his business, his people, communities that he serves, some of the things that he's dealt with and the people that he's helped, you see how deeply it affects him on an emotional level. And this is where that new breed of leader, I think, really models the behavior. They're very, very in touch with the human center of themselves, the emotional side. They embrace human-centered leadership. They embrace community-centered leadership, as well as driving the business forward. And he is a great business person, so he is very focused on doing that, but alongside his support. Now, one very formalized element that goes alongside that in the UK is something called a certified B Corp, B for Betty. So certified B Corp, certified B Corporation. Google it, have a look at it. It is a new standard. So you'll know the ISO standards that we shared sort of worldwide around process quality and all of those kind of things. Certified B Corp is a process accreditation system which looks at what we're talking about here: purpose-driven businesses and leaders. This goes beyond what like ISO used to do. It looks not just at processes and systems and how you operate. It looks about your employee policies, your community policies. It looks at where you source every single product from. It looks how you manage your partners and distributors. It also considers how you are a voice in the marketplace for driving this kind of mentality and mindset shift at leadership and business level. It is absolutely staggering. So I'm starting to go through that process. And I must say, for a small business like myself, it's a really difficult process to go. It is. Now, I thought ISO was a difficult process and time consuming. This really is, but it's helping ask questions that I've not asked before. So I thought I was kind of on this road, but until I went down that certified B Corp route, I didn't quite see some of the areas that now are starting to be joined up in my business, how I operate externally and with others.
Jeremy, it was my pleasure to know your personal side, and it is my honor to bring this to the viewers of my program. I think this is amazing what you're doing, and you have made up your mind, and you have made up a process within the company, which could be either copied by others and could be influenced. You can get inspired. I think that their possibilities are tremendous. We had a bad line in between, but most of the message is very clear. One should not only look at profit making or profiteering, as I've used this word, but also look at how you can contribute for a larger good of the society, because ultimately we are all social animal, and this is our world. We should not be not contributing. We should actually make from the society and give it back a little bit or whatever we can. So I think it's a pleasure talking to you today, learning about your this side of humane side of your character. You have any last words to, or sort of an advice you would like to give it to our viewers?
Well, just 2 or 3 points, actually. First of all, anybody can do this. I'm a small business. I've embraced a new structure for my business, which means that my costs are very low. So it enables me to do this, even at the level that I'm at as a business. So anybody can do this. It's a mindset shift first, and it's a decision. And you're absolutely right. For me, I am totally committed, totally passionate, and will talk to anybody about it. So, if any of your audience here and our viewers would like to get in touch, then feel free. Very happy to have an exchange. But the other important point to note, of course, when we consider the new generations like the millennials in the workplace moving now up to management and leadership levels, and Generation Z coming into the workplace, that may also look for 2-3 jobs at a time, not necessarily a career, then they're looking beyond now the usual things like reward and remuneration. Many are now looking about what type of organization it is and how they are giving back to the community and to the planet as a whole, how they talk about the environment, sustainability, and their track record. And employer branding around this is so important in terms of talent competitive advantage moving forward, that I think that's a tangible benefit to come out of this, as well as you and us as individuals feeling much more fulfilled as business people. We can make profit, but we can also give back.
Excellent message, Jeremy. In fact, it was my personal pleasure to talk to you once again, bring your personal side to my viewers. And I think it was, quite heartening to learn that, we can also do this apart from running our company. We can also contribute back to the society, whatever the cause may be. You can have a cause which is related to cancer care. You may have cause related to wildlife or malnourished children, education, anything. So I think it's interesting conversation we had today. It was my pleasure to talk to you once again, and thank you very much for finding time and discussing this thing with us today.
Thank you very much for having me, CK.
So see you next time, Jeremy, and until then, you take care and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are discussing about music therapy with our guest. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show, and today I have Dr. Shambhavi Das. And again, we will be discussing some special raga. So, welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaste. Hello, Kanchanji, and everyone. I'm doing okay. Thanks for inviting me again.
Yeah, so what raga we are discussing today?
So today, I would like to discuss Rag Bhairav, which is a very important rag in Indian classical music. And Bhairav is something which people learn on the basics, because therapeutically and music training wise also it is very very important and a very basic rag. It's a parent of all ragas. So I would like to discuss that, and it's an interesting rag.
Yeah, so before we start this rag and understand this rag, so would you also kind of sing something for our viewers so that they can understand that what kind of rag we are discussing?
Sure. So I would like to sing a very popular bhajan in Rag Bhairav. ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम ऐसे हो हमारे करम नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम ये अंधेरा घना छा रहा मेरा इंसान घबरा रहा हो रहा बेखबर कुछ ना आता नजर सुख का सूरज छिपा जा रहा है तेरी रोशनी में जो दम तो अमावस को कर दे पूनम नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम ऐ मालिक तेरे बंदे हम ऐसे हो हमारे करम नेकी पर चले और बदी से डरे ताकि हंसते हुए निकले दम
बहुत खूबसूरत,
Thank
बहुत
you.
अच्छा and very entertaining and very kind of touching our heart. So let's know about this raga and how it affects when we talk about music therapy.
So this is a raga, and actually today I have taken, this is a dull, this is a serious rag. Unlike other ragas which we have done already in the other episodes, but this is not a bubbly, not a playful rag. And why? Because this has a lot of minor notes. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa sa ni da ma ga re sa. Yes, it is serious rag, but there is a big significance. Why is it so serious? First of all, it is a dawn raga, not even pratah kal. Pratah kal is still 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. But this is a very ancient rag which is created by Lord Shiva when he was meditating. So this is a dawn rag which is sung around 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Means when sun is about to rise, and when it rises up, and when it is actually it enters in your eyes with a red color, so it is called arvind. So at that time this rag is sung, and this has a very big significance. Why? Because this is a rag which activates our whole chakras, all the 7 chakras we have from down to up, 7 chakras. So that's why it is very serious rag. Now when you wake up in the morning, obviously you don't like to listen to playful songs, bubbly, because at that time you are cool, calm, you have taken a very productive sleep, and you want to go and visit your nature. You go and spend time at that time that this rag is sung. Now, in these days, obviously, we don't wake up at 4 o'clock, but still, there is that is called a Brahma Bela. Brahma Bela means the God's time. Whatever, when you wake up at that time, whatever you do, your mind is the most grasping. That's the most grasping time, and your mind retains the maximum at that time. So this rag works on your brain a lot. That it actually makes you retain things, whatever you are learning, whatever you are doing at that time. So it is said that you should always do something productive, constructive at that time. More constructive than worshipping the God, because obviously worshipping God is good, but it's something you are doing it daily. So you should do something which is you are growing your brain at that time, because anyways your brain will grow. So this is very therapeutic rag because it is set to activate the chakras when you are singing at, and this rag makes you prepare for the diurnal activities you are doing. So when you have activated your chakras, when you have energized it, so now you are ready for such a big time cross till evening. We all want to just sleep. So it is very good at that time, and it has a lot of significance, and Lord Shiva has created, it's a first raga. In Carnatic music, it is called Maya Malav Gauda. And it's in Carnatic discipline also, it's very important rag. I would like to sing once. It has a minor note, the second minor, and the sixth minor. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa re. So this has been, it's taken like like it doesn't wait on the re, it is very oscillating. The minor notes are so oscillating, as if you are searching something from your chakras. And it is normally, this rag is so, it is sung from your the blower gut. So it seems like it is, it works on your toxins as well, because at that lower abdomen you have a lot of toxins, you urinate. So sare sare. So this part, when you do this, it seems it's so oscillating that it's cleansing you. So it's very good for cleansing your body and your mind, soul.
So before we go forward, I would like to tell our viewers that Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist and somebody who wants to get the music therapy or want to learn music. So contact us. We will facilitate learning of music and music therapy. So now, Dr. Shambhavi Das, I would like to ask you that there's a lot of folk music and there's a lot of classical music. We are talking about classical music, but I think as a lay person that classical music may have originated from folk music. So what is the difference between classical music and folk music?
Yes, you are right. And folk music is a very beautiful genre. And you're right, classical music has been originated because classical music is what? It has been standardized. Whatever songs you sing in a daily basis, we write it down and we say, oh, this is a classical music. So, folk music was Jhulat Ram. Ramchandji was born. So what ladies are singing? Jhulat Ram Palanva Ho Rama. So basically folk music is what you think, what you do on the daily basis, that you just keep, you sing it musically. And this song has been originated by the rural areas as well, like the farmer ladies who used to go for farming and growing the farms and everything. They have all the, so I'm from UP. Everybody have their own origin, or have their regional folks. Marathis have their own Lavani, Abhang, and UP have their own Kajari, Chaiti, Baramasa, Savan. Savan song is sung on during the Savan, the rainy season. So for every seasons you have a rag, for every event, festivities you have a song, and for every the when the child is born, when a marriage function is going on, whatever you can think of, there are songs for that. Agriculture songs, banna banni songs, they are singing in the marriage. Like in UP we have a banna banni songs, and sohar song is there when the child is born. Then so there are many songs, and so basically folk music is for jan samanya, means the common masses. The common masses cannot understand classical music, they cannot standardize the music, so they are very sweet people, and they like to sing also, and they like to listen also the songs in their languages, and the tunes which are very easy. Like we have songs, tunes are very easy in the folk music. So uh, uh, normally we can say that classical music is originated because they used to sing a lot. Now the people listen to that tunes and they standardized it, and we call it classical music, and then the ragas are made or whatever. So this is one aspect. Now I'm going to give you one example, like Navaratri song. मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, भवानी के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती, काहे का दीपक काहे की बाती, काहे का दीपक. Somebody asks the lady, काहे का दीपक, काहे का दीपक काहे की बाती, काहे का तेल चढ़े सारी राती. So the lady tells, भक्ति का दीपक श्रद्धा की बाती, माणिक तेल चढ़े सारी राती, मैया के मंदिरवा में दीपक बाती. So this is also made by the common people while singing sometimes. So like in some folk songs we forget and then we make it that way. So it is very these are so lovely songs that you can just make it. Then when it's like for the modern people, we can say that you are working in the kitchen cooking something, and you are making a song out of that you are thinking, okay, ab ye dalna hai, ab masala dalna hai, and then you are thinking musically. So in today's aspect, we can take it like the students are studying, and they can just, whenever they get time, they can just think, they can say that kuch study songs, some study songs are there. So this is how. But normally folk songs were made in these areas like agriculture, festivals, daily works, so all these things. I want to sing one more song, which is Banna Banni song. So मोको पी हरिया प्यारो लागे, मैं नाही जाऊं ससुरलिया, हो मोको पी हरिया प्यारो लागे, मैं नाही जाऊं ससुरलिया. So this is a lady saying that I don't want to go to my to husband's place, because my father's place I like it more. So it's like this thing. So so folk cultures are also very, very responsible to depict the culture of that area, of that region. So it's very important to know some folk songs, to learn them, and because it's very knowledgeable, it makes you learn the culture of that area.
Right. So I've also heard that yes, classical music we have to learn. But what about folk music? The folk music is also being learned in the schools, or it is one stream where somebody wants to learn. So we he can also learn folk music.
You should learn folk music, and I think and this is the area where like people don't learn as of now. They don't make their kids learn, or parents don't learn, because now the gentry is like all working, so they have got into a lot of refined lifestyle. So like even the parents are well educated, so they might not know, but yes, when it comes to some regional songs they might be knowing. But I think it's very important to know these songs, because it keeps you grounded, it keeps you towards your root. So when I sing these songs and I use only those dictions, was what my mother, Srimati Prabha Das, has taught me. So she used to taught that she used to teach that you have to look forward to the dictions, to the accent of that particular song. You don't have to sing it in Hindi. Some songs are in Braj Bhasha, some songs are in Awadhi. Many songs are not in Khadi Boli, like Khadi Hindi. So there are so many, the languages, the versions of the languages, the moment you go to some rural areas. So my mother used to teach me like that. Mokopi, Hariya kind of a thing. But today's kids, so obviously they are all, the international schools. Even in their house, they speak English. They don't speak their regional languages. So it's difficult for them. That's why maybe the folk music in schools and even in parental house, they are not getting that training. But definitely, I just feel it is very good for your peace of mind. It makes you connected with your roots and with your thoughts, and whatever your dadis and your nannies and your mausis and everybody used to sing. So it keeps you connected, and obviously it keeps you connected to the Indian culture as well. So once you sing that, I have actually noticed it, that I have been using into the depression patient, and I asked him to sing his regional song from Hyderabad, the Telugu one, and he was so happy to sing that, because it's not the normal language you are singing. You are singing some rural languages, and you want to dance on it, because these songs are all very rhythmic, very good tunes and rhythmic, and they are very easy songs, rhythm wise, tune wise. So it's very important to sing that. It is very important, and like I said, it's regional. So in schools sometimes it is difficult, it is important, but it's difficult to implement, because the children are from different areas, from different regions. So they'll say, why should I learn this? So my advice is that they should learn all languages. I know Marathi, Abhang, and I like it so much. I know Punjabi songs, Heer, so many Punjabi ones. I like one Gujarati ones, and I know them. So first of all, language learning is very important for brain and cognition. Secondly, uh, so they can start from a very normal devotional rhythmic songs, like the schools can start, and even the parents can make them learn very easy ones, like आओ सरस्वती आओ na 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 na. So this is so good that you can just compose it. नजरिया लग जाएगी मोरे कान्हा को कोई मत छेड़ो. Now Kanha, Krishna is in all regions. It's not region specific. So devotional songs and the deity songs are very, very, common and very easy songs. Easy compositions can be, taught to the kids, and then the kids may taught to their parents. Like this can be the project that you go and teach your parents, because even the parents don't know these, the traditional songs. So as a bhajan, as a rhythmic fast bhajan, this can be implemented, the deity songs can be implemented as a folk songs in the schools as well. The teachers can make the students learn songs from their region, so that way even the teachers will feel so peace of mind and relaxing, because even the teachers are so stressed out, shouting every time, yelling. So for them also, so I normally teach students my UP regional folks, and they take it, maybe it takes time, because like I said, dictions, accent, it's really difficult to get, but I teach them, and with time they get it. And and then they are not even sophisticated like they normally talk in English, so they think very sophisticated, and then they, hello ma'am. So these things actually sometimes it's some percent it gets subsided. So it's very important to teach and have tricks on to teach on the folk music.
Yeah, and I think this is also a way of, we always say that unity into diversity. So I think this is one
Yeah,
platform where we really
exactly.
do diversification in music and connect. So coming back to
Definitely.
our raga of the day, Bhairav. So would like to hear any beautiful song which is popular and our audience must have heard that song.
Yeah, Bhairav is a Gambhir Prakriti Raga, and therefore you will find, first of all, two kinds of songs, little sad ones and morning ones. So this is a movie song also. Jago Mohan Pyare Jago, Jago Mohan Pyare Jago, Savali Surat Mohe Man Hi Bhave. So this is one song. So Jago Mohan Pyare, as I said, it's a Pratah Kalin Rag. Jago Mohan. So this thing. Then very popular one. मोहे भूल गए सावरिया, भूल गए सावरिया, आवन कह गए अजहुना, आवन कह गए अजहुना, नीन्ही न मोरे खबरिया, मोहे भूल गए सावरिया. Then there is a song very popular, but it is not in Bhairav. It's a type of Bhairav, which is a rag called Ahir Bhairav. पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई, एक युग जैसे एक पल बीता, युग बीते नींद न आई, पूछो ना कैसे मैंने रैन बिताई. Now as you see that it is all the songs are also very gambhir, sad, karun ras, and this rag is also very minor. That's why you find less songs, comparatively less songs in the movies, but you find it in ghazals also. There's a very, I don't know, the people who listen to ghazals, they are familiar. हो दर्द से मेरा दामन भर दे या अल्लाह। फिर चाहे दीवाना कर दे या अल्लाह। हो दर्द से मेरा दामन भर दे या अल्लाह। So this is a very beautiful song in Bhairav, and one more Jagjit Singh song, पत्थर के खुदा पत्थर के सनम पत्थर के भी इंसान पाए हैं। तुम शहर मुहब्बत कहते हो, हम जान बचा कर आए हैं। So for the last one, I think I've mixed the lyrics also. But normally, as we see here, that Rag Bhairav is a Gambhir Prakriti Rag. Its chalan is also Gambhir. It uses the minor notes. So therefore, even the song's lyrics are also very Gambhir Karun Ras. So it depicts the Karun Ras. But it is very good for relaxation and for the Shant Ras, for the activation of, because Shant and activation of the chakras. It's very therapeutic rag, and I think if the viewers should listen the raga, if possible, in the morning. Thank you.
Yeah, it was as usual so wonderful to talk to you and listen all the technicalities of different ragas we had been discussing. So we'll be meeting again next week and discuss other beautiful rag. Till then, bye bye, and you
Thank
take
you
care.
so much.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing how crisis management is so important for companies and businesses. So stick around to this episode. We'll be meeting you after a few disclaimers. Welcome back, and today we have Ritu Gupta, who is having a vast experience in public relation domain. So welcome to the show. Ritu, how are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I am absolutely fine and feel so happy to be part of the show again.
Well, you know that we'll be discussing about crisis management, and you know that crisis management for companies is so important. So what is this crisis management?
Well, Kanchan, the crisis management is actually the public relations. You know, in public relations, when you maintain relationship with your client, then there are certain problems also which can happen with your client, your own organization, you as a celebrity. So managing that, communicating right things to the media so that through media those things are communicated in a right manner, the way exactly you want to present yourself during the time of crisis in a positive manner to the concerned people, like the shareholders, your client, the people who have invested money in your organization. Those are the people, and also the general public. So that is crisis management. Crisis can happen anytime, every time it's happening. So managing the crisis, talking right to the people, writing a good the press release, writing exactly the right things in the press release, publishing that to various media houses and talking to the people so that you have a positive image also at the time of the crisis. That means you don't have to press the panic button, but at the same time, give the correct communication to the people, but manage the crisis in the right manner because you're always there in the public eye.
Well, you mentioned such a critical aspect of crisis management. So, what are the steps one should take when we are dealing with the crisis management in a company?
Right. So, when a crisis takes place, it is the media which can make or break your image. Like in the last my episode with you, I spoke about media relations. Now here is the the importance of media relations. So whenever the crisis is taking place, give the information, the kind of information you want people to know, the kind of information people publishes in the media. So give that kind of information. Present yourself as the caretaker, as the philanthropist, as the people who care about the community, and give the right information so that people are not in any kind of doubt. But you have to also be careful that how you handle the media. Do not lie. People should not lie. The company, the organizations, the industries, they should not lie to the people. You should always present the actual image. But what you want to say, you have to play with your words. And at the same time, always keep your investors with you. Always let them know that what is happening so that later on you don't get a bad image. That is what crisis management is all about. And I would just want to give one example about Tata's and Godrej. We all know that they're philanthropists, and there was a time when there was an attack in the hotel in Mumbai. We all know about the infamous, in fact, the hotel attack in Mumbai. That was the crisis. Mr. Ratan Tata was there present all the time outside the Taj Hotel. Now, the way he and his PR team handled the crisis, no one in the country gave any bad name to Mr. Tata. In fact, the way he managed everything, the people who were staying in the hotel, their families were given some kind of job, their families were given money. The people who died, the employees of the organization, their people, one of the person in the family was taken in by Mr. Tata in various companies. He has schools also. The kids were also given the admissions in the school. So, that is how you handle the crisis. You give the right information to the government, to the concerned body, and your own employees and the clients. You take care of them. And so that media write good about you, because here is the time you have to handle your PR image very critically. It's very important.
Well, it is so tragic, and it is so heartfelt incident which really happened at Taj, Mumbai, a few years back. Now, that is one case study which you have just mentioned, but I would like to ask you, what are those instances or those incidents when crisis management plays a vital role?
So there are few things. The PR team should always be, number one, should always be in touch with the media. Number two, the PR team should always be in touch with the management and the people who have been affected, because the role of the PR is they're basically the bridge between the organization and the various publics. Now, what you write, what you publish in the media is very important. You have to play with your words because it's a very sensitive situation. And how you want to, you have to help the management in taking certain decisions. This is a very important part, because management is not always in touch with the people who are affected, the clients, the employees. It is the PR team, the PR person. So you have to help out the management in taking the right decisions. So basically, the things which you need to do is whatever steps you take, you have to keep in the mind that you have to have a very positive image about your company, the organization, and the individual you are working. And sorry, I just want to add one thing. If you have done anything wrong, the company, the organization, the individual should always accept it, say sorry in front of everyone, because that helps them out in a longer run also.
So, as I understand, is that crisis management is not a day-to-day activity, but I think is case sensitive, right?
Yes.
So, what are those incidents which can affect company, and we deploy crisis management public relation team to handle that?
So there are many incidents. The very common one is that an employee dying while working at the workplace. Like accidents do take place in factories. So that is one thing. That how you handle that thing. You have when the person dies, if he's the only bread earner of the family, are there people you can give, some position in your organization? So I want to give just one example. 1 month back, I'm talking about in the month of July, I saw one advertisement which was there on social media also, which was there in Times of India also. Again, I'm talking about the Tata Group. So they have given one big advertisement and they were talking about Women 2.0, that any woman and every woman can start her career again after COVID. They were talking specifically about their employees dying and giving jobs to their wives. They were talking to their employees who have retired or who have left the job for whatever reason, but they want to again restart. They will give them again a restart, and also to the common women also, to those who have left their career for whatever reason, they can look out in the various positions in various startup group of hotels and again restart their career. Now, this is also crisis. COVID, the pandemic is also a crisis. So this is also one kind of a crisis. Then, in your company, women face, in various companies, women face certain kind of harassment. So these companies, the good companies, they give you the legal aid. They do not cut your salary when you go to the court or the court hearings, and they provide you all kind of aids. This is what crisis management is all about, helping out your employees so that they can work nicely without any stress, and they give 200% back to the company.
Well, it is kind of a goodwill activity which Tata has done, and eventually it resulted in a good crisis management and good PR activity. So, Ritu, it was so wonderful to talk to you today and know about how important is crisis management. We'll be meeting again with other thought-provoking public relation insight and topic. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And in Top Brass session today, which is a Saturday, I thought I'll bring much talked about uh, ISRO next project. So we are already in 2020 and there are many projects which are coming out from ISRO this year, next year, and every year until 2024. So I have compiled a list of all the projects that ISRO is working on, and in 2020 there will be some projects. But before we start, very briefly, I would like to mention that ISRO had a very humble beginning. In the 50s and in the 60s, they didn't even have vehicles of their own. They used to
carry the weather balloon rockets in 50s and 60s on bicycles and fire them from Sriharikota. From there, all the technology which ISRO has indigenously developed, and now a lot of advanced projects are coming up in the coming years. So let's start about what are the next projects. So the next project that ISRO is coming out with in 2020, which is called Aditya. Now this is a spacecraft which will go and study the sun. And sun, as you know, has many things. It has many layers, and it is important to study the different layers of sun. So Aditya carries. It's like a space laboratory. It carries multiple devices on board. It carries the visible emission coronagraph. It also carries a ultraviolet imaging telescope. It carries solar wind particle experiment laboratory. Also carries plasma analyzer and solar energy and X-ray spectrometer, and also carries the high energy orbiting X-ray spectrometer. So it is packed with a lot of high-tech measurement devices, and the idea is basically to study. There are hardly any study done, except NASA has done some study, but predominantly all we know about sun today is because of the research done by NASA, and they had sent some of their probes. So India became one of the elite company to do research on sun. And as you know, it's still a mystery that why the corona, which is a visible part of the sun, is so hot and so bright. Although the surface of the sun is not very hot, it is something like 5 to 6,000 centigrade, whereas the temperature in plasma, which is the atmosphere outside the surface of the sun, the temperature can go up to millions of dollars. So I think it's a big mystery, and Aditya will help us solve this mystery. This spacecraft is going to be launched in 2020, so I think all eyes in the sky this year to see Aditya being fired from Sriharikota. Moving on, in 2022, a joint project between ISRO and NASA. It's called NISAR. It's basically N stands for NASA, I stands for ISRO, and SAR project. What are the the agenda for SAR is basically study the planet Earth, and it carries a lot of measurement devices on board. It will go around the Earth, and it will carry the experiment from space about the planet Earth, which are very complex in nature. Things like ecosystem disturbances. You know how much carbon in forest, and there is a forest fire. What is happening? So any ecosystem disturbances, this satellite will do the experiment and will tell us what is going on with the environment. Other thing it will experiment on is the ice sheet collapse, because as we know that temperature is going up and the polar ice is melting. So how fast and what is going on in Antarctica and the polar region. Any other natural hazards, things like earthquake, tsunami, and also the volcanic eruptions. So this is something which is going to be launched in 2022, and this will make the vital study about the planet Earth. And again in 2022, the spacecraft which is very exciting, it's called Gaganyaan. As you know, Gagan stands for the sky and Yan stands for the craft. So this is, as the name suggests, this is a manned mission to space, and it will carry three Indian space travelers to space. So we don't know whether they are going to be called astronauts or we will have some other name. But let's see, we will wait and watch what Indian astronauts or the space travelers will be called. The spacecraft is called Gaganyaan, and this is exactly how it looks like. This is a very complex project because 3 passengers from India will have to go to space and survive there for 7 days. So they will have to live in a very comfortable environment, and this is how the spacecraft look like. It has a chamber for the space travelers to carry out different experiments, and also to sleep, and also to do their daily chorus. Um, it should also have life support system. It should also have things like what food to carry for 7 days, and it is going to be a very huge spacecraft. And that is why the rocket which will be firing it is also supposed to have that kind of thrust, so that it can carry the payload for the manned mission into the space. So this is very exciting. In 2022, 3 Indian citizens will travel to space, um, and also they will have the space suits which will be indigenously developed, and so on. And there are a lot of other things which will come. So I think we will hear more about this. The launch of Gaganyaan is scheduled in 2022. Moving on, the Shukrayaan. Shukrayaan, as Indians would know, that Shukra is the name of planet Venus. And as you know, Venus is the hottest place in the solar system. The surface temperature of Venus goes upwards of 500 degrees, which is very hot. Even the lead melts on the surface of Venus. Only Russian, when they were USSR, they did a lot of unmanned probe. They sent a lot of unmanned probe, and they did a lot of experiments with Venus. And whatever we know is because of the Russian probes, which were sent by the USSR in those days. And so that's why we know. From Earth we cannot see very well, because the Venus as a planet is covered in very thick carbon dioxide clouds, acidic clouds, so it's kind of obscured, and we cannot see the surface very clearly. And that is the reason, because it's all covered with cloud. The Venus is the brightest planet of all the planets. You can see it next to the moon every night. It remains along with Mars, along with Mercury, visible to naked eye for a couple of hours in the evening, just after twilight. And that is why this is also known as evening star, because it shines like very bright, very bright star, but it does not twinkle because it's a planet. So this Shukrayaan is scheduled to fly in 2023. It will carry a lot of experiment devices for carrying out experiments on the planet Venus, whether humans can survive, what is the pressure on the surface, what is the what is the temperature across different layers of atmosphere, and so on. So this is going to be very, very exciting scientific experiment, and we will learn more about planet Venus after this spacecraft which is fired in the space. And this is how it may look like. The French Space Agency is going to help us build this spacecraft and some of these components. Now the Mangalyaan. We had the most successful journey to Mars. And as you know, Mangal stands for Mars in India. And in the first attempt, we reached Mangal, and we actually carried out a lot of experiments. So in case of Mangalyaan in 2024, this second attempt by India to send another probe to planet Mars. It will carry out a lot of geological survey of Mars. It will tell us more information. Although there are a lot of rover missions planned already by NASA, so they are collecting a lot of information. But I think Mangalyaan 2 will have certain specific experiment on board, which will make it different. So not much of information available right now, but in 2024, the Mangalyaan 2 project is scheduled by NASA. And the last but not the least, the most ambitious project. It's Chandrayaan, and as you know, Chandra is moon in Indian language. So Chandrayaan is version 3 because version 2 did not succeed completely. I mean, we were able to orbit successfully around the moon. The whole trick was to land the lander on safely on the surface of the moon. It's a very tricky task because there has to be a re-entry, uh, all activities which has to happen like clockwork, very precise, right at the moment. I think a few kilometers above the surface of the moon, our lander crashed, did not survive, even though it is not very clear that some components may have survived, as NASA has confirmed that the we also had a rover placed inside this spacecraft of Chandrayaan 2, which NASA says that it has survived, and they tried to contact the lander uh, through the orbiter, and their efforts failed. So the Chandrayaan 3, very, very complex project, which is scheduled in 2024 again. It's the third attempt by India. The first was successful. We were able to orbit the moon, and we discovered ice on the dark side in one of the craters. So that gave some sort of excitement to human mankind that if there is water, we can probably go and settle and make a colony on the surface of the moon. And Chandrayaan 2 did not completely succeed, and Chandrayaan 3 is scheduled in 2024. So it's quite exciting. So many high-tech projects are coming up from ISRO, and I think this place we need to watch out starting from 2020. Almost every year there are new projects and new new milestones ISRO is trying to achieve. And 2022 we will have a manned mission to space, and 2024 we will have 3 missions, which is going to Mars, going to Moon, and also experimenting with the very powerful rockets which can take these huge spacecraft along with all the payload into space. So, dear friends, this is something which on a Saturday I thought I'll share with you. I'm quite excited to know that this year we have Aditya being launched by ISRO, and every year there is something which is being launched. There are a lot of development happening around the manned mission, which is being planned for 2022. That is again going to be very excited, and I'm very excited about the achievements of ISRO. Do write to me, and I will address your concerns and your comments. Maybe if you have any questions, we can take it up in the next video, and we can address all those questions. So I will meet you next time as usual. Until then, bye-bye.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this bright sunny day.
Of course, we are good. So far, so good. Today is day 9. And
day 9.
Yeah, I would like to share some information from India. So what is happening is while the government and all the state governments and a lot of sane people, a lot of COVID warriors are working to protect us, and there are some elements which are also creating false and fake narratives. So earlier, the case used to be that, the fake news and the real news used to go together in social media. People never objected to it. But I have been seeing this change now, that moment there is a fake troll which comes and creates a narrative, there are hundreds and hundreds of people which jump on that troll and ask him to shut up, or they use all kinds of language. So there is a mass movement which is coming out and trying to stop the fake news. So which is quite interesting, because the government has, because we are living in a democratic world, the government has not imposed any limitations because there is freedom, but the people themselves are coming and stopping this fake trolls.
Brilliant. That, I mean, that's really music to my ears, because that's how you stop this fake news going around. Bad news is going to be everywhere, but it's differentiated between the bad news that people have orchestrated and the bad news that's real. We can deal with more if we know that it's the reality. We can deal with it a lot better because we start to believe the sources. So this is all about, where does it come from? So, and I've seen some very similar things. Someone puts a video up on a WhatsApp group or a chat group, and someone says, what's the source for this? What's the validation? And sometimes people will give the validation, and other times they take it down because there is no validation, and it's quite clear with some things, it's been orchestrated, even with the cleverest video artists out there. You can see that that it's not real. So it's really good news that people in your country are stamping it down. I've seen people really stamp it down, use very interesting language to these people. But what is all this? Okay, what are we dealing with here? We're actually dealing with information that's coming to us. We're moving it through our ears, using these things. We're listening, we're thinking. And the people that are responding there are giving feedback, which is brilliant, because actually the world doesn't give much feedback. We just sit there and take it. And as business owners, we sit there and take it too. And we don't actually talk to our teams, to the people that work with us or for us or above us, and we don't generate that communication link where feedback, however bad the news is or however good the news is, it's just feedback. And as Ken Blanchard says, feedback is the breakfast of champions. Let's just think about what that really means. It's breakfast. When do you have breakfast? What part of the day do you have breakfast?
Well, it's usually in the morning.
Exactly, it's usually in the morning. Some people that work different shifts might have it late in the evening, but effectively it's breaking the fast. And that's where it comes from. So it's breakfast. So usually in the morning. When does the morning happen for most people? When does the morning happen for you?
So the breakfast time usually for me and most of the neighborhood is about 8 to 9.
Yeah, so it's really in the morning. So you've got up, you've got dressed, you've been washed, and breakfast could be a coffee and a croissant, or as we would call it, a full English. Sausages, bacon, eggs, toast, beans, etc., etc. But the point is, it's the time of day that you get feedback. So if you're having feedback as breakfast, you're setting your day off in the best way possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the way you put it, I think especially when you talk about feedback, I think we also sit together as a family during breakfast and we talk to each other, and we get to know, because the mind is fresh, we get to know many things, what is going on with each individual in the family, which is sort of a feedback, I guess.
It is sort of a feedback, like anything's feedback. I look at the sun, the sun's shining and smiling at me. That's feedback. So if we start, feedback for some reason has this hook of criticism. So throw the hook away. It's feedback. We're having a conversation. I'm sharing something with you, you're sharing something with me. And if we get the right relationship going, just as a family at breakfast, we can all go and feel happy about it. Because we know what we're all doing, we're getting on with life, we're enjoying ourselves. And guess what? When we come back in the evening and the family get together again, there's more feedback. So what did you do today? What was good about your day? What didn't you like about your day? What are you going to do better tomorrow?
Right.
Now, there's no criticism in here. So a lot of people in the working arena think, oh, I can't give feedback. I don't know how to give feedback. Whatever I say always comes out wrong. And I'm really trying to help this person, but I just start off with, you're doing it wrong. Well, actually, why don't you think about how you start things off? If you think you're doing it wrong, so in other words, you're getting feedback from the person that you are doing it wrong. So then you might be doing it right to someone else, but it's the information you're giving to someone else that's important. So if you start off with, you're wrong, how does that make you feel? If I started every conversation that you and I had with, CK, you're wrong, how would that make you feel?
Well, I will see this as a constructive feedback up to a limit. But then if you're always criticizing while giving feedback, and if the limit, my personal limit, crosses, then I will think that it's a negative feedback that you're giving. So
Exactly. And who knows, you've really explained that really well, because I don't know what your limit is. You may have reached your limit an hour before we have this conversation, in which case then doesn't matter what I'm going to say, because I'm always going to say it the same way. So you've already reached your limit, and what you've done is you've just switched off. Yeah, all right. Keep going, Neville. Not a problem. You just keep walking and talking to me. But you're not saying that, you're thinking it. And I'm not feeling it because I'm just going and doing the normal things that I always do. So when you are speaking with other people, and don't get me wrong, this is not necessarily easy. But once you start doing it, it becomes easier. So if you're having a great day, you might well have a smile on your face. If the other person, you recognize the other person hasn't got a smile on their face, and normally they're very a smiley person, you don't have to say, you're not looking really good, are you? Yeah. Shall we go for a coffee and, break this mundane arena? It's saying the same thing, but in a very different way. And the way we can really help our teams, because they're now very remote, is we can become more aware of how they're looking. As we said yesterday, some people have got lots of screens up all the time so they can see everyone all the time. I think that's a distraction, if you want my honest opinion. It's a bit like a CCTV camera looking at everybody and ticking people in every time they go and make a coffee or go to the toilet or something, But again, that's feedback. And the issue is, how do we use it? And more importantly, for our friends, colleagues, working colleagues, supply chain, how do we give it? And giving feedback is really, really important. Go ahead. Sorry, you're interrupted.
Interestingly, the example that you just gave about multiple screens on your PC.
Yep.
What I've been noticing for past couple of days that since people are in lockdown, they are now publishing those screenshots on social media.
Yep, seen it all over. Even our Prime Minister's doing it, including he put his own unique ID up there, so someone could actually hack into it,
Oh.
Hello. Not clever.
So I think the point that you made today is very important. Feedback, and more so constructive feedback, is what is required from both sides, the person who's taking it and also person who's giving it. So from both parties, the feedback has to be in a constructive, should be considered constructive, not destructive feedback. So I think and this applies to the fake trolls also. So I think they should.
Absolutely. Yep. Yep. And if you see fake news, or what you believe is fake news out there, go and challenge it. Where does this come from? Where's the source? And if someone says, well, I don't know, it came from a friend, well, go and ask your friend. This is a way we can help other people not spread fake news.
So
because there are some people. Go ahead.
So interestingly, what is going on is that so people are very clever. So one entity creates a fake news, and the person who has a public kind of a profile, who has millions of followers, will get that news and forward it, or like it,
Yep.
share it.
Yep.
So
Yep.
when somebody says, "Hey, what you're doing? You're spreading fake news," so very cleverly these guys will say, "Oh, it's not me. I just liked it." So I have freedom of speech, I have freedom of expression, so I have freedom to like something. So this is what these guys are doing. Somebody else created news who's a not known entity, and the known entity basically just forwarded.
But the interesting thing here is, we go back to the 4 elements of having a mind-fit mind, okay? How we think, how we feel, what drives us, and our social connectivity. If that person is liking it for no other reason than they just like it, are they thinking? What is it telling us about that person? Maybe it's telling us nothing, that person isn't thinking, and they're just using their influence power just to, build up more of a connection. So, for instance, when I see something comical, I'll like it. If people look at something and I've liked it, and they think, well, that's not very comical, in fact, that's quite insulting, does that mean that I'm being insulting? Well, no, I didn't want to insult you, but I found it funny. I was in the mood to find it funny. If I'd have looked at it now, maybe I thought I would think otherwise. But in the moment, I found it funny. I may have just seen a comedian on the stage and this just reinforced it. I found it funny, This is where, if we could prejudge people really quickly here. And the whole point is, you can't judge people by a tweet.
So that's the whole point.
An opening.
That is the whole point, Neville. As a person who can influence masses, you have to be responsible. In fact, going back to the first information that you gave us, you have to be responsible what kind of feedback you're sending to people.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and and we should all be conscious of it, but we're not conscious of it all the time, And I'm just as guilty as anybody else, because social media is there for one moment and gone for the next. Things that happen instantaneously. Should we be more careful? Well, life's too short in some respects, and you should probably be more careful with certain things than others. But this is judgment. This is your personal judgment. So, the moral of the day is feedback. Don't be worried about it. Use it so that everyone grows. Feedback is the breakfast of champions, not dinner, not lunch, not afternoon tea. Right. It's the breakfast. Start on the right foot, and the rest of the day really goes fast, and you'll enjoy it.
Fantastic, Neville. I think it's a good advice. I think most of the viewers should start following it. They should feel responsible and also give feedback. And whatever going on with their life, they should continue giving feedback.
Absolutely. That's how we grow.
Right. So thank you very much. Have a successful day today. Be safe, Neville.
Be safe. Everyone be safe. And say thank you to our Corona warriors, which I think is a brilliant term. Brilliant term.
Yes, thank you so much. In fact, the people who are uh, going out in this situation, they are not compelled to go out. They're doing it willingly. So I think that is why we call them Corona warriors.
Absolutely.
All
See you
right.
tomorrow.
See you
Day
tomorrow.
10.
Same time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. In our section today about likable leaders, I will be joined by a very eminent personality from India. Many people know him. His name is Naveen Toshniwal, and he is an industrialist, and he has very different hobbies. He is helping a lot of people worldwide, not only in India. So, without further ado, let's welcome Naveen. How are you, Naveen? Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to interact with you on this platform.
Well, Naveen, it's our pleasure too. And our viewers would like to understand what made you as a leader, as the promoter of an industry which is very well known. So, what is your journey? I mean, in nutshell, you would like to tell our viewers about your journey. What made you Naveen Toshniwal?
See, I'll tell you about my background. I am born and brought up in Calcutta. So basically, I am a Bengali by heart. I did my education in St. Xavier's School, and thereafter I did my engineering in a well-known institute, Jadavpur University. Thereafter, I joined my family business. We are into manufacturing of industrial and instrumentation cables. So it is all related to industry. And we have been in this field in instrumentation sector for many decades now. In fact, instrumentation had been our prime business from the generation of my grandfathers. And Toshniwal Cables, our firm, was started by my father. And thereafter, in due course, I started handling the business as well.
Well, I think we always love people who are associated with the technology, and this technical world is very soothing to the ears. However, you belong to an industrial family. You have seen so many changes in the industry, and you have also learned from your father as well before you took over this industry altogether. What is your learning from last 2 decades about the changes that has happened in the way we do business? Would you like to throw some light from your point of view, Naveen?
See, definitely there has been a vast difference in the way industries and businesses are operating. 20 years back, as you are saying, 2 decades back, there was no internet. Maybe not 20 years back, 30 years back, there was no internet. Everything used to be door-to-door marketing. My father used to teach me that you go to so-and-so customer, take samples, give presentations, try to generate inquiries, try to get some orders. If we get 10 inquiries, obviously not all of them will mature into orders. We have to put efforts. Only then 2 to 3 will finally mature into orders. So that was the time when we used to go door to door and visit clients and promote ourselves and get inquiries through a physical post by couriers. And we used to submit quotations on a letterhead with a typewriter, and we used to courier them, or later on the fax came. Now things are totally different. Now we are all on internet. Everything is online, instant. Mostly all the deals are finalized on email, phone, and now, of course, lately in the last 2-3 years, video conferencing has become so important, so vital. In fact, we have also diversified into exporting our products. And believe me, I have not visited a single country for marketing. I have traveled abroad for holidays, but for business, it has always been through email, through video calls, and through internet. That's how we operate these days. So what you are saying is absolutely right. There is a vast change in the way of doing business in the last 2 to 3 decades.
Very well said, Naveen ji. In fact, there has been so much change. In fact, every 3 to 4 years, there are drastic changes to the industry. How these changes help shape your personal journey as a leader? Would you like to share some thoughts on that?
See, actually, it's you have to adapt to the changing environment. And earlier, the system of working was different. Now, the system of working is totally different. If you don't adjust to the environments, obviously you will tend to lose the business. I still remember we used to operate through some dealers in some different states. Slowly, when emails started coming in, some of the dealers they switched over to emailing, but some dealers they stuck to their old methods of correspondence by physical communication. So finally, we had no option but to write off those dealers, because if we don't change with times, we cannot progress. So it was very essential to be updated with the technologies and move with the times.
Yes, Naveen ji. In fact, I fully agree. In fact, I second you on this one because we need to be very, very advanced with the changes which are happening current with our society, with our network, etc. Would you like to talk about some major accomplishment which you feel are very close to your heart? That could be winning a business, achieving, new heights, opening up of a new office, new factory, new plant, anything that you feel is very, very close to your heart as an accomplishment. Even on the personal front, if you want to share, you're more than welcome, and we are eager to hear from you.
See, what we make in our factory is specialized cables, and we have always concentrated on development and R&D. I still remember that was sometime in 1989. BHEL had a very special requirement. They used to import some particular special type of product from, I think, Switzerland. So they invited me to come and try to develop this item. So our team made some efforts. We took their counter samples and tried to develop it in-house. And we had to do a lot of efforts. We made samples and sent it to them. Then finally, they gave a small trial order of just 500 meters. That was successfully executed. Then we got the next order of 1,000 meters, then the next order of 5,000 meters, then next order of 30 kilometers. And you will not believe the last order which we executed was 147 kilometers single order of the same product. So it was all because of the R&D and efforts which we had made to try to move with the times and develop something which was not till then available in India.
Well, I think you have met so many different types of leaders across your rich and vast career, and also must have actually built teams to run your business. What do you think is an essential factor for success? Required today for budding CEOs or even budding professionals. What is your advice, Naveen?
I think the most important, as you rightly said, is teamwork. If there is a success in the organization, the credit goes to the entire team, not to a particular individual. And if there is a failure, then also the discredit will go to the entire team. So what is most important is the teamwork. You have a team, some people are there in your purchase department, some are there in marketing, some are there in quality control, in administration. So they all, and of course there are people on the workshop floor also, people who are operating the machines. So it is the coordination between all of them and uh, maintenance of proper quality of the product which you are making. It is very essential to maintain your standing in the market in the long run.
Well, I think I fully agree with you because the reputation is everything, and you have to maintain the reputation by making the right processes. And as we were discussing about the changes in the industry. Now let's discuss from here, from this point onwards. where do you see the industry heading to? Are there going to be drastic changes in the way we do business?
See, industry had got a very major setback during the corona time, especially in 2020 when all the industries were forced to be closed. That was a very big setback because there is no work from home for industries. It is there only for IT sector. So we got a setback. Everyone got a setback, and which will take probably many years to recover back because that setback was very devastating. But anyway, we have to learn with the times and we have to learn how to survive. So during that time, we learned how to control the expenses, how to operate with bare minimum expenses when there was no turnover, not a single billing for, I think, probably 3 months, because from March 22nd or 23rd, we were all totally closed for 3 months at a stretch. So that was a time for learning. And that's, that was the time I started developing my interest in graphotherapy and similar, offbeat items.
Well, in the graphotherapy arena, you're very well known, Naveen. In fact, your articles I have read in the newspaper. In fact, you have been covered by multiple medias, not only in India but across the world. But I think it is also important for us to know how, for example, we're talking about the electric vehicles now. We're talking about e-schools or virtual offices. Do you see these concepts taking over or being accepted by the industries which do not, like you said, the industry is not work from home? So do you think that this kind of scenario will help the industries, at least to some extent, to get some certain things offshored or offline in an offline manner?
No, I didn't get your question properly. Can you just repeat once?
Well, I was talking about the work from home scenario, which is not practical for industry, but then there are new concepts which are coming up, like electric vehicles, the e-schools, where the students need not go to the schools, they can get the virtual school delivered through an application right in their homes. Similarly, there is a virtual office, concept of virtual office, where there is no need to go to a brick and mortar office. You can actually enjoy the official environment. You can have a cup of coffee, you can have breakout meeting rooms, and you can have a leisure smoking break, things like that, which are now being, thought about. And because there's a lot of cost saving, you don't need to open your multiple offices, multiple branch. So do you think these kind of applications or doing things in this decade will help the industries which do not have luxury of working from home?
Yes, definitely. You are absolutely right. Because if you cut down on the cost, cutting down of cost indirectly implies increasing your profitability. Even we'll give our example. We had an administrative office also, which we closed down. Now we have administrative office in our residence in the basement. So we are saving on the rent on the offices. And of course, as I said, industry cannot be work from home. People have to go on the machines and do the production. Otherwise, how can we actually manufacture and then deliver our products? But yes, from the administrative point of view, you are right. We can definitely think about going into virtual offices rather than having separate administrative offices. Then we are saving so much on the traveling, and then we are probably indirectly helping the environment also by reducing the pollution by not traveling in our cars to our office and back.
And also saving a lot of time which you can use in a much more productive manner, either with family or in your work, so you have more time because
Yes.
Right. So, Naveen, in fact, there was one question which I kept it for the last, and that is that these new trends which are now emerging, which is working from home and shifting all the table work to home. For example, there are even accountants are hosted nowadays. You can actually hire services of a hosted CFO. So, In such a scenario, you have been running a very successful industry, but do you think diversifying into these areas which are now emerging and very profitable for the decade to come, at least for this decade?
Yes, definitely. Diversification is one of the most essential features of any business. Like, for example, we are not only making a particular variety of instrumentation cables, we go on diversifying. We try to understand the applications of clients, and then we try to suggest and develop new varieties and new products for them, which will probably run for longer and maybe more cost economical. So diversification, no doubt, is a major thrust which is required in all industries.
Naveen, it was a pleasure talking to you today. In fact, this 15 to 20 minutes is not sufficient to know you, but you are a very well-known leader, and a lot of people know you. I think it was our pleasure to talk to you today and bringing some of these leadership aspects to some of the viewers. It was a great learning hearing you. So thank you so much for joining us today.
And my pleasure too. It was really a pleasure interacting with you.
Goodbye to you and viewers. We are actually starting a new series which is based around something very interesting, where Naveen is going to bring a lot of knowledge to us. And this stream is called Knowing the Character of the Person using a science of graphotherapy. So don't miss out. From next Monday onwards, we are going to bring out new episode every week. And for today, I'd like to say goodbye, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we have a very special guest. She is Meeta Joshi. She is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad. So let's welcome her first. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, and it is always interesting to talk to you and also know about the past of our Indian heritage and culture. So today, what topic we are discussing today?
We will be discussing about the Delhi Sultanate. We'll start with Qutbuddin Aibak and how, the rule of these dynasties started in India.
Well, that will be very interesting topic. But before that, I would like to ask you that why it is so popular in medieval times and in ancient time to really people come and attack Indian land.
The basic reason of invasions which happened in our country was because our country was so prosperous at that time. And all the travelers who came to India, whether they came just as a tourist or they came to do some trade and commerce, they were mesmerized by the prosperity, by the beauty of our country. And when they went back, they told stories about it. And so it allured the foreign people. And that's why so many invasions happened in the past. If we see this Mahmud of Ghazni, then Temur Lang, and these Muhammad Ghori. So continuous these invasions happened only and only to plunder India's wealth. That was their basic mode.
Well, definitely, India is a much sought place and people dream to come even today. So now, when we are talking about Qutbuddin Aibak, so why it is for him it was essential to really establish Delhi Sultanate?
See, when Muhammad Ghori came to India and he invaded India, that time when he went back to Ghor, he left Qutbuddin Aibak as a general of these Indian territories. And Qutbuddin Aibak, as a very, very sincere slave, he was doing his duties very, very sincerely. And when in 1206 AD Muhammad Ghori passed away, then he had a war of succession with Yildiz and he declared himself independent. And then he founded this dynasty, which is also known as slave dynasty or Mamluk dynasty. And then this famous Delhi Sultanate started in India from 1206 AD till 1526 AD. So not only slave dynasty, many dynasties were there. There was Khilji dynasty, there was Sayyid dynasty, there were Tughlaqs, there were Lodhis. So all these five dynasties, they comprise of Delhi Sultanate. And why it is known as Delhi Sultanate? Because Delhi and Agra were their main seats. So that's why it is known as Delhi Sultanate.
Well, when he landed in this land, Qutbuddin Aibak, so was it really difficult, or he has already uh, prepared to establish this kingdom in Delhi?
No, it was not like that, that everything was given to him in a platter. That time, because the political conditions of India were such that India was divided into small, small principalities, small kingdoms. There was no unity among the Indian kings. And when the unity was not there, then it was very easy for any invader or foreigner to come and attack the Indian borders. And the same thing happened when Muhammad Ghori came to India. He invaded India, took all the wealth away, and then he left Qutbuddin Aibak as a general to watch the northern territories, including India. The invasions were in India and other parts also. So Qutbuddin Aibak was placed in India and he was taking care of all the territories invaded by Muhammad Ghori. So it was not an easy task for him because, first of all, being a foreigner coming to India, then language was a problem. Then he has to set up his, he has to expand his army to stay here. So it was a big task for him. But because he was a very, very sincere slave, so he did all that. He loved his master very much, Muhammad Ghori. And in some of the accounts, it is mentioned that Muhammad Ghori had even freed him from slavery before his death. Muhammad Ghori told him that you are free now. But because his devotion to his master was so much that he remained a slave till Muhammad Ghori was alive. And after his death in 1206 AD, he had a war of succession with Tajuddin Yildiz because Yildiz was again a slave of Muhammad Ghori. And then he declared himself independent and established this dynasty, which was known as slave dynasty or Mamluk dynasty. Sorry.
Well, when we talk about any king who establishes empire, it is very, very essential that he should be a good general, and Qutbuddin Aibak was a good general. But what about as a king when he is establishing a empire, slave and dynasty? What are those points which were taken care, and that makes him more rememberable emperor of India?
See, Kanchan, his rule was only for 4 years, from 1206 till 1210 AD. Unfortunately, he passed away in 1210 AD while playing a game of polo. He fell from his horse and there was a head injury and he died. But in those 4 years, it was not an easy thing for him because setting up the kingdom, making the administrative guidelines, convincing the principalities and the kings, princes to come under his suzerainty. There was a lot of diplomatic things involved. And then he has to secure his kingdom, plus he has to expand his kingdom. So wars, battles were going on simultaneously, administrative work was going on parallelly, and in 4 years, from 1206 AD till 1210 AD, he made sure that the dynasty establishes itself in India. So he did the groundwork, but the others, they ate the fruit, because for two others, like to his successors, everything was ready. They just had to come and rule. But the groundwork was done by Qutbuddin Aibak.
Well, definitely it was very difficult, must have been very difficult task for Qutbuddin Aibak, that too in a foreign land. I also heard that he was a very honest and very soft-hearted emperor, because every time he has to give lot of alms to people who needed, and in this way I think he has earned the goodwill of the people where he wanted to establish this empire. So, what are those finer achievements? Though the time is limited when you're talking, he already ruled only 4 years. But what are the achievements which he established and which still we remember?
See, the first immediate challenge for Qutbuddin Aibak at the time was to establish his roots in India. And in one of the accounts, written accounts, which is known as Tazul Masir, written by Hassan Nizami. Okay, Hassan Nizami writes that because of his sincerity towards Muhammad Gori, Muhammad Gori also loved him equally, Qutbuddin Aibak, and he provided him all the resources what he wanted to expand himself in India, whether it was army, whether it was artillery, everything was provided to Qutbuddin Aibak by Muhammad Gori. And in this process, see, he had to meet many people, the Indian people. He had to convince them to accept their rule because they were foreigners. See, this is, I don't know, I should say it India's fate, or it was unfortunate for India. But if you see, Kanchan, starting from 1206 AD till 1526 AD was Delhi Sultanate. From 1526 AD till 1707 was the Mughal Empire. And then after that was the British rule, which ended for almost 200 or 250 odd years. So this was an irony that Indians had to live under a foreign rule for such a long period of time, And see, if you see Delhi Sultanate, all the rulers were the followers of Islam. Mughal Empire, all the followers were emperors were the followers of Islam. Britishers were obviously Christians. So in this, in this entire journey, India lost a lot. Our heritage was affected, the literature, it was affected, and but one thing is there, that Delhi Sultanate people and Mughal Empire people never harmed India that way as the British people did, because British people just, exhausted all the resources of India to get benefited. But these people, whether they were Delhi Sultanate or Mughals, they thought that India was their land. So they adopted, Indian customs, because there were matrimonial alliances to have peace in the territories. So, for example, many Mughal emperors had Hindu wives, like Akbar had Jodha Bhai. Okay, and even in Delhi Sultanate, we find this account that Alauddin Khilji was allured by the beauty of Rani Padmini. One movie also came, that Padmavat. So, see, all these things are there. But we as Indians have lost a lot in that entire process, which hopefully we don't realize, because we are so involved in our day to day lives that we don't even give it a thought that we were slaves for such a long period of time. It was a foreign rule. Delhi Sultanate was a foreign rule because Qutbuddin Aibak was from Turkestan. And if you see 1526, when Babur came to India, he was a Chagatai Turk. Okay, so all these Turkish people have ruled India for such a long time period. One good thing you can say that there was cultural exchange, because many things of ours they adopted, many things from them we adopted. For example, because I'm in Hyderabad, so when I see Hyderabad's cuisine, biryani, the world famous Hyderabad biryani, is a dish from Persia. So these cuisine exchanges which happened, and even the way we changed our attire, because they got impressed by our attires, we got impressed by the way they dressed up. So there was a lot of exchange. Persian carpets are still world famous. So all the kings which were there, they really, were very happy exhibiting Persian carpets in their palaces and in their courts. So all this is there. But if you see on a longer run, we have lost a lot, Kanchan, because of this foreign rule, which and it is very unfortunate that as Indians we never realize that. We are still so much mesmerized by the foreign things and by the foreign people, that we somewhere in our Britishers went away, but still we are slaves from here. We still admire their clothes, we admire their accessories, their makeup, all these things, you see. And because of COVID-19, this migration has stopped. But before COVID, just imagine how many Indians were going to America, Canada, or other foreign countries to work and then finally get settled there. So this is that craving for their culture, for their money, which unfortunately we Indians have.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, that we are ruled by invaders for such a long time, and yes, we have lost our connection with culture and our heritage, and we just fail to really notice the kind of architecture we have our own in terms of temples, in terms of other buildings. So definitely, but then as you mentioned that these invader who came, they were very different from Britishers, because they made India as their home, and that makes them little good. That is a goodness when we really think about it. And definitely time has come that Indians should connect themselves to their roots. And so it is essential to really know about these invaders who made themselves Indian, and that's why we are discussing Delhi Sultanate and Mughals. They have contributed in this development. In economic wise or administration wise, when we talk about Khilji has a contribution of administration. But before I close this discussion, I would like to ask you how you really feel about Qutbuddin Aibak, who was a slave, who became an emperor. He established a dynasty. It's a huge task for a person who's coming from outside, and in India especially. When you say that Indians are entirely different, when we really talk about their interaction with people. So how it was difficult for Qutbuddin Aibak to establish himself here, and how you rate this person as a king?
See, it is really a very big thing that a slave from Turkestan, he came to India and he established his own rule, own dynasty, the Mamluk dynasty or slave dynasty. And definitely he was a very good general, no doubt about that. As a king, as an administrator, he had no time to prove himself, Kanchan, because these 4 years from 1206 to 1210 AD really went him to establish the the Mamluk rule in India. So if you want me to judge him as a king, I cannot tell you that he was a very good king, or I can say that he was a very good general. He was a very good general because he followed whatever Muhammad Ghori said sincerely, and to make his suzerainty over Indian people, he really worked hard. And that's why he was recognized as a king of northern India that time. People accepted him. People accepted him, and slowly, he set up the stage for his successors, which were about to come after him. So that way, he did a commendable job, no doubt, because coming from a foreign land, establishing oneself in a foreign land again, and then establishing a big rule itself is a very great thing. So that way, you can say that he was a very good general. And if he would have been alive, maybe would have been proved, he would have proven himself as a very good king. But unfortunately, his life was short lived and he died at the age of 60 years in Delhi while playing the game of polo.
Well, we are talking to an eminent historian from India, and we'll be taking forward this discussion of Delhi Sultanate. Sumita ji, it was wonderful talking to you, and we'll be taking this whole discussion in other episodes. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. You too take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Chandrakant. Usually we discuss business, but today I thought I'll discuss something else with you. You know that we are all going through a COVID pandemic, and we are seeing the statistics, and it's all it looks very grave and very serious. But why? Why we are getting this feeling of doom and gloom? If you just look at the statistics, even though it is a harsh reality that many people are dying, many people are infected with the COVID second wave, but at the same time, look at ourselves as a country. In a country of 1.35 billion people, 0.001 are getting infected. And with that 0.001, we are creating an environment of so much of scare and doom and gloom. There is no need to do that. Worst case scenario, 2% will get infected out of 1.34 billion. Maybe a million or 2 million will get infected at the most. And let's hope that even a lot of people die of these 2 million people who get infected, but 98% of our countrymen will still survive, will be hale and hearty. So we don't have to really create an environment of such doom and gloom. We have to be positive minded. We have to be part of that 98%. We have to we have to maintain positive attitude towards life. We have to think that we are part of that 98% and not the 2%. And when we go into battle, what is that we should keep with us? Our weapons. What are our weapons? Our weapons are our personal hygiene, our mask, and we maintain social distancing of 2 meters. These are our weapons. So we should actually keep these weapons with us, and make sure that we also prepare ourselves in terms of taking your vitamins. Take vitamin C, B complex, and so on. So you prepare yourself, because it's a battle, and be part of that 98%. Why we have to be part of the 2%? Even though we are part of 2%, let's say, for instance, what is the worst thing that can happen? If we get infected, we will take erythromycin, we'll take different antiviral drugs, and survive and come back and be part of that 98%. Now, if worst case scenario, if somebody has to go and time has come, nothing can stop him. So keep that in mind, keep positive attitude, make sure that we are part of the 98% who is going to come out of this pandemic victorious. Make sure that we have our weapons with us, make sure that we use our weapons, we make sure that we wear our mask, and have a positive attitude. We don't have to really get into doom and gloom as hell has broken loose, sky is going to fall on our head. None of this is going to happen. We as a country will survive. Majority of us will be able to overcome corona, and we will be part of 98%. So I thought I'll bring this message to you, but I'll say goodbye today, only to catch you tomorrow.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. How are you?
Yeah, we are enjoying the first day of total lockdown in India, but I'm at work. As you
Good. Pleased to hear it, even though casual.
Of course, because we are working from home.
Now there you go. Because lockdown does mean working from home. And guess what? I'm in my study, so I'm working from home too. And that's the whole point, okay? So let's get people into the right frame of mind to continue to work, because an SME owner, an entrepreneur, needs to keep their business running. And what that means is, although we're in this physical distancing, this isn't social distancing, because you and I are being very social, but we're physically distanced away. And a lot of listeners and watchers on here are going to be physically distanced from their business and physically distanced from the people that they work with in their business. But that doesn't mean you keep the distance. You must have a routine and get on with it. So today, day one, is all about creating that routine. The good news is you and I woke up as normal. We got ready for work as normal, and we're in work as normal. But how many of the listeners have actually done that today? How many are physically in their little office at home with the kids running around, and maybe your parents live with you as well, shouting and screaming and the dog barking? How many of you have physically got yourself in that mindset to work? You have.
Well, as far as I can see from my window, there are people who think it's a holiday, and there are few guys who are panicking. They're trying to get or basically flock around the provision stores. So all kind of people, there are. I think it will take 1 or 2 days for this feeling to sink in, and then people start realizing they have to work, and hence they will come back to their small home offices like you and me, start working.
Well, the point is, get ahead of the game. This isn't a holiday. This isn't, we haven't suddenly jetted off to sunnier climes. And the other thing is, in India, it's the first of 21 days. This is 3 weeks. And the point is, let's make it the best 3 weeks for your business ever. And the best thing we can say is get into a routine immediately. If you wake up in the morning and you get dressed and you do, your physical things, have a shower, get yourself clean, etc., do it. Do it every single day. Don't say, oh, I'm going to have a lie-in this morning. Don't even start. The government have given you the time off. You haven't given yourself the time off. The weekend's coming. That's time off. But today's Wednesday. So let's use this as a driving opportunity to get your business in the shape that other people are not going to be, because they're going to take it as a holiday. So let's be smart. Get yourself ready for work, create the routine that you normally do, and the only thing from that routine that you're not going to do is physically open that front door and get in the car and go to work. But go through the motions, mentally go through those motions. And the most important thing is here, now take the opportunity to create a workspace at home that's just yours.
The problem,
away from everybody else.
Neville, the problem is we are all so much used to getting stuck for 1 hour or 1.5 hours in traffic. So I recommend get a car game downloaded on your PC, and if you're bored of sitting in office, start driving a car.
There you go. So we can do lots of things and make it fun. But the thing is, we need to create that routine. I can't stress it enough. This isn't a prescription. We shouldn't be thinking other people are going to give me loads and loads and loads of advice. The simple advice is do what you did yesterday. The only difference is you're not physically going out the front door.
Right.
But now what you need to do is create that workspace at home. It may be in the end of the garden. And the thing is, lots of people are going to be outside now in their gardens, in their backyards, because it's a holiday. But it's not a holiday for you. Take this opportunity, take yourself away to a quiet place in your house somewhere and physically make that space yours. Create it as a workspace. And the other thing is, your colleagues, your business associates are now all at home. Don't lose contact. That doesn't mean to say you're on the telephone all day. You don't need to do that. You can be there socially engaging with them on Twitter, on Facebook, through your own website, on email, on LinkedIn. You can create all of this stuff that you've put off. Now's the opportunity to do it. And it's as simple as that. And I think what we need to do is that's a bite-sized chunk. Create a routine, find a space in your home space now that you can call yours for 2 or 3 hours a day and get on with it, because life will not stop. And the businesses that will succeed are the ones that create that routine today. Day one. So I'll see you on day 2.
Right. So let's start with our work, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Fantastic. Good luck, everybody. Thanks, CK. See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day, Neville. Bye-bye.
And you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today we are taking you to another wonderful city of the world. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Welcome to the show, friends. I will be taking you again to a wonderful city today. And we have a special guest today, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who will be taking us to a wonderful city. And a hint for you, it is a city of mosque. And lately it has also been popular as a city of library. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. It's a great day and great again the session to talk to you, and that too about one of the favorite cities that I have seen in last few years and several times. It was a great visiting that city, exploring the city, and also talking to its residents. But how have you been?
I'm wonderful and I'm so excited to really visit the city with you. So which city we are going today?
Well, this is a jewel in the Persian Gulf, and this city is Doha city, and Doha is the capital of Qatar, and one of the most rich cities in the world, probably most rich country in the world, Qatar's capital, and it has got a very interesting part in the Gulf region, and that's what I would like to talk about.
Yeah, I have heard, I've read that Doha is quite a young city because it was founded around 1821. And since then, it has become very popular worldwide destination for people to visit because it is a modern city with lot of ancient rituals and traditions. So tell us about this city.
Well, Kanchan, Persian Gulf has been a very, very important landscape in the Gulf region. And Persian Gulf connects the mainland of Saudi Arabia and Qatar from the Arabian Sea. And it is a very important port in the world. But up to 1971, the Persian Gulf was not really accessible via big ships because it was not deep enough for the big ships to enter into the bay. And therefore, only small pearling boats were found and small boats. But later in 1971, the first deep water port was built. And in 1971 also marks the Qatar's independence from the British protectorate. So yeah, so you can say Qatar and our neighbor Bangladesh, they are of the same age. But Qatar's journey and Qatar's journey is actually Doha's journey. It is something remarkable with one island nation. I believe it is around 11,500 square kilometers of the whole Qatar country. And its presence and its eminence and its dominance in the Gulf politics and the world politics is something which is commendable. And India also has a great relationship with them since 1971.
Well, as I mentioned, that Qatar is quite a profound city because there are a lot of buildings which are modern in their architecture, and people are very friendly because they welcome guests. And they really become happy when they really feel and then see tourists coming to their city. So what is that special thing about this Doha city which is in Qatar?
Well, Kanchan, Doha city is something which is always trying to compete with Dubai. always. And if people who have seen Dubai, they can always find parallels in the Dubai as well. But for me, Doha city was more about the cultural assimilation, the historical amalgamation of that small place in the Persian Gulf where from many centuries there were a mix of cultures coming in and trying to do trade. And I said that it was pearl boats were found across the Persian Gulf and the fishing. So before around 1950s, 50s, 60s, Qatar was mostly about the pearling boats and the fishing. But then somewhere in 60s around the oil was found and the life was changed. And also the way the Qatari nationals have made themselves indispensable in this world. As you can see in the background, my image, this is just a glimpse of one part of the city from the Cornish Street. And this is one of the remarkable streets in Doha city, from where at one place in the Cornish road, Cornish Street, one can see the wealth that Doha is today. And interestingly, it is said that it is one of the most richest cities in the world. There are no poor in this world, in that city, and GDP is enviable to any big city of any great city of the world. The size could be as around the New Jersey. The whole Qatar is around New Jersey size. So, but it is an Islamic country. It is an Islamic country, and it has a rich Islamic tradition. Most of the country is governed by the interpretation of the Sharia laws, and therefore it is important for any visitor or a foreigner to understand and respect the culture and the rules of having the civil life over there. And it is a place for malls, for sports, for camel rides, for desert adventures, and great nightlife, and of course, lots and lots of Ferraris and BMWs, Kanchan.
Well, great, and I'm really tempted to go to this modern city. But at this point of time, I would like to ask you: is it safe for a single woman to travel to Doha and stay there as a tourist and enjoy the city and city food, visit places?
Kanchan, Doha is supposed to be the safest place in the Gulf region to travel around, even for single women. And you can find countless of single women traveling, especially who are on the transit, or in popular terms, it is also called layover. While they are traveling on Qatar Airways, they take their time out of 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours for the layover at Qatar. And then they just go out in the city, Doha city, from the Hamad International Airport, and they see the city. And it is as simple and as cheap as you pay a taxi, a cab guy, $50 US. Or there are metro, Doha Metro. One can just hop onto the metro, and another 4 to 5 hours between a layover, they can actually see the jewels of this city. And therefore, it is absolutely safe. Even from the petty crime perspective, it is very safe.
Well, what happens in India, we believe in freedom, and to the extent that sometimes we really feel what to say and what not to say in the press, especially when you see people and they are saying some bad comments which can hurt other people. But when we go to a city like Doha, where there's a Sharia law, and our tourists are free to really move around and mingle with the crowd, and maybe be there in the way that they themselves present in their own country. So is there any restriction in day-to-day life for a tourist?
The only restriction in Doha that I could see, Kanchan, is about the dressing, especially for women. And that is something which is being politely told. At some place, I even saw that while you are in Doha, you are one of us. While you are in Qatar, you are one of us. So, yes, we have to respect the culture and we have to roam around and we have to visit. And it is like any other tourist place on this planet. Nowhere it is free. Everywhere we are being watched, and everywhere we have to observe the local law of the land. But it is also one of the most open country, and Doha actually happens to be the 2/5 of the country's population stays in and around Doha city. And there are world universities in Doha. They have their campuses in Doha. There are a lot of Indians. In fact, I feel that Indian ethnic community or the Indian expatriates are the most visible foreign workers over there. There are almost 10 to 12 Indian international schools operating there. Food is absolutely not a problem. But I must tell you that the petrol is cheaper than a veg burger in a McDonald's. That is something one must be amused to see, that sometimes the petrol is so cheaper and how much expensive we buy the petrol in India. So it is a story of a country which from 1971, 50 to 60 years around that time, this country has transformed itself as one of the biggest and the most desirable luxury destination. The current Sultan has visited, or the Sheikh has visited a couple of times in India, and his father has visited India. India has great relationships, including our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, visiting there, and our External Affairs Minister visiting Doha. And there is a lot of bilateral trade that happens between the Persian Gulf, where Doha is an important part. And it is important to study the place from what is happening in the modern politics. The Qatar is under some sanctions, at least in last 2019-20. They were under some sanctions from the other Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and others, UAE included. But I think that kind of a sanctions has actually given the Qatar and the Doha to build resilient systems for themselves. They have used these sanctions as an opportunity to have the supply chains spruce up in their country. And it is worthwhile to note their contributions in the Gulf and in the larger world. And the money which is flowing in from the oil, that is seen in they have participations in the as an investor into the most expensive hotels in the world, football clubs in the world, Grand Prix motor racings in the world. And the biggest part, I'm surprised to the core to understand that FIFA 2022 is being conducted by Qatar. Can we really imagine the kind of progress this country has done? And Doha is an integral part of it. And it feels, once you stand there, you feel that even a small piece of land can do wonders and can bring pride if the people of that place feel pride about their country and land.
Well, you raised a very important point and very valid point. When we are visiting to other countries, we should follow the culture and tradition and the regulation of the country. Likewise, people who are coming to India, and there are many restrictions, and I'm sure the tourists who are coming from different countries, they follow these restrictions, and I think that is an amicable way to enjoy any particular city or country. Now, I would like to ask you, you've been around Doha. What is the kind of cultural or architectural ambience you see?
Well, Doha is all about the Islamic culture. And of course, there are Christians and there are Hindus and there are others also from regions. And I was amused to find Hindi as a spoken language also, with many, many people and on the streets. And, of course, the leaders' pictures are splattered across the walls in the city. The current His Highness from the royal family, and the royal family government is handling the country very, very well. And it is important to note that the nightlife and the architecture, you can see some images behind me, and they are modern. At the same time, they are medieval. They also have the distinct blueprint of the Persian Gulf, artistic values. And this is one very important place is to see the Museum of Islamic Art. I visited that place and I wanted to see. I was amused to see that Museum of Islamic Art, and it has a collection of Islamic art which spans for almost 1300 years. It was designed by a great Chinese American architect, I.M. Pei, and it has a collection which includes many prized examples of Arabic calligraphy, early Islamic books, ceramics, glass, ivory, jewelry, metalworks, miniatures, textiles, and woodwork. And I think it is one of its own kind of museum of Islamic art. The another thing that I want to mention is the Arab Museum of Modern Art, and this is also it has oldest pieces in collection as early as 1840s. Several decades it has been basically the patrons have been Sheikh Hassan bin Muhammad bin Ali Al Thani, the head of the Thani family, who basically are the patrons of this. And the architecture is full of Islamic architectural, and it doesn't feel very alien, because a lot of Islamic architecture is also seen in India because of the Mughals and the sultans before them. So it doesn't feel alien. Yes, the country is very hot during the daytime. In the summers, it can reach up to 50 degrees Celsius. But also in the winters, it goes up to 10 degrees of Celsius as well. So it is one of a very, very desirous destination, Kanchan, in the Gulf.
Somebody who's traveling for Doha, what is the maximum time he required to really visit all the attraction of the city, and what is the cuisine, and with the focus of vegetarian food? Can you just guide us?
Well, Kanchan, food-wise, as I said in this video itself, getting a vegetarian McDonald's burger is expensive than getting a petrol. So vegetarian food, definitely, because lots of Indians stay there, and therefore lots of restaurants are there where serve the vegetarian food as well. And they have their own Arabic vegetarian cuisine. See, vegetarianism is not about India always, as we know. So there are Arabic vegetarian cuisines as well, which are made completely meat free, and they are delightful to eat. They are sweets. It is very delightful to eat, but again, it is expensive. The food is expensive because nothing is grown there naturally. They all have to be imported. So food is definitely available. Uh, but of course, international foods are more popular, and all kinds of international delicacies are available at various super shopping malls and the hotels. Coming from the number of days, I have found that mostly it is the layover travelers who basically take a layover of 8 hours to 12 hours. And I have also met some people who actually spending 5 to 6 hours in the city. They actually extended their layover. They spent couple of days experiencing the old, the medieval, and the new. Of course, there is a lot of new things to explore, from the shopping malls, from the Cornish Street, and from the who and who of Doha, those kind of places. Plus, traveling to the nearby deserts, seeing the culture of the old Arabian markets, which are called souk, souk, SOUQ. And these are the old Arabian markets. It takes you back to the medieval days, and a lot of bargains in these stores, and a lot of us language, our own Indian languages being used to get the customers in attention, and it has been a wonderful journey, and to see the growth of a country from 1971 onwards.
Well, when we think of Middle East, or we'll think of Doha, two things which really comes in my mind is this pashmina shawls and Persian carpets. I think these are few items which generally people go and purchase from there. For you, how you can describe Doha in one sentence?
So I remember one visitor or a foreigner saying that if you really have a will, you can make a desert a lush, green, prosperous place. And there's another statement that I read somewhere in Doha, that when a rose, the flower rose, when it travels into the desert, the rose has to become a tree of a thorn so that it can survive and it can succeed. So if you take a metro rail, Doha Metro, and travel around the city, Doha city, all you will see some of the high-rise buildings, and you will see how the desert is in between all of them. Now, thinking of that from a nondescript desert place or desert town in the Persian Gulf, today, from 1971 onwards, Doha has become the pride of the Gulf region. And I think it is all about the people. It is the people, their belief in their land, their belief that they can create all kinds of luxuries in their place. Probably they don't need to travel to any other place to see or enjoy the luxuries. They have built it in their place. And as I told you, there is no poor person. As per the statistics, there is no poor person. People may have much money or lesser money, but there is no poor person there. So that is something, a great achievement. And I think the relationships that we have with Doha, India and Doha, it will go a long way. And I think the great, interest is between India and Doha is also about the football. Recently, I think, if I am correct, we were routed to participate in the World Cup qualifiers because we were defeated by Doha's football team.
So it was so wonderful and so lovely to talk to you regarding a wonderful city, a modern city, Doha. We'll be meeting again with another wonderful city of the world. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great visit to Doha. Take me along.
Sure, look forward. Bye bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like. Hello friends, this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. You can also visit the link in the description below to reach out to them. The entire details are also present. Welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. Today I want to discuss about something which is very common. There are people who says that the idea is worth $1 billion. Everything in life, your success, your failure is dependent on the idea. And people say that if you don't get that idea, then it's bad luck for you. So today, in fact, I would like to contradict this belief about having an idea and what you do with that idea, basically, or is it important in life? So moving on, the whole point of becoming richer like a billionaire, the idea is very, very important. You should have the idea, but you will not be able to stick with that idea if you don't have the right attitude. And when we talk about the billionaires, they are falling into less than 1% category of our population today, because they can live up to the idea that they have got. And that is why I thought I will summarize the experience from my intellect. I'm very small, but I can still summarize, and I can offer to you. And by the way, friends, we are live right now across all social media, so you can engage with me. You can use the chat function from whichever social media you are watching this live stream, and I will engage with you. I will display your name and question live and address that. So the whole point is that if you have got an idea now, but what do you do with that idea? I think the first thing you have to do is change your attitude. As I said, you have to start thinking like a billionaire. But what is this attitude? And number one is, this attitude is, you have to be the best. You have to acquire that skill, whatever activity you're doing. If you are very good in one particular, you have a skill, you have to be the best. And if you are among say 100 people, your friends, and you are actually doing photography, you have to think like that. You have to think that you have to be the best photographer among my friends of 100 people. Similarly, whatever you are doing, you have to be the best. And that is the attitude. And that is what the billionaires also think. They have to have some skills in which they are the best. They have to always acquire more and more knowledge, more and more aptitude about that skill. And it is very important. All billionaires have this attitude to develop their skill, and they have to be the best in that area. So if you look at a billionaire, probably there are not more than 1000 billionaires across 7.x billion people. It's even less than 1%. So if you look at all the billionaires, they are the best in that particular category of skill sets. And that is why if you want to become successful in life, and if you're thinking that you've got an idea and this idea is probably worth $1 million, $1 billion, but you have to answer that question. You have to ask yourself, are you having the skill to develop this idea into reality? And how deep is your skill? So that is the first thing that you have to think. You have to start thinking how to be the best in that area. The number two skill every billionaire, every successful business person must have is care. It's not about you actually. It's about the people who are actually working for you. So most of the companies actually take care are the care managers. So if you are a CEO, your job in life is, somebody will ask you a question. Hey, what's your job in life as a CEO? And the usual answer you will get is, hey, I have to take care of my customers. But as a CEO, you never talk to them. So the reality of life is that if you're a CEO, your job is to take care of people who are working for you. And that is the number two attitude. All the successful business people have this attitude to take care of people of their company. And if they are not able to take care of their people, that company is not going to go anywhere. I mean, imagine a company which has a lot of people, lot of iteration. A lot of people are coming in, going out. Nobody is sticking around, and so on. The company basically survive if you have a long career with that company. So if you are a CEO of an organization, you have to think that what can I do to improve the working condition of my people? The objective is that since you're taking care of your people, your company is one of the best company to work for. There is a work culture, there is a work satisfaction, there is longevity of the career of the people who are working for you. Therefore, these people will actually work better. The output would be better. And that is why people who are actually leading successful businesses always think that they have to take care of the people who are working for them, and all other answers are futile. If somebody says, hey, I have to take care of my product, I have to take care of the customer, those are secondary. The first responsibility of a successful business person is to take care of the people that are associated with this company. And then that brings me to the third point, which is empathy. It's a very confusing term. Everybody says, if you go to YouTube, everybody says you have to be empathy. You have to have, if you're a teacher, you have to have empathy towards student. If you are a CEO, you have to have empathy towards employees. So when you're taking care, unlike the previous point, when you're taking care of your employee, it will translate into empathy. It is a logical transition. But empathy is not equal to pity. So I think that is something that you have to be very, very aware of. When you talk about empathy, it is not equal to pity. So I'll give you a simple example. If you look at the generation today, you want to be empathetic to them, and everybody. I mean, they are. We always call the young generation as the leaders of tomorrow. But the problem is that the young generation is hooked on to a lot of these new tech devices like mobile phone, and they're always hooked on to different games and stuff like that. But do you think this is a new feature? Like I said, that new generation is hooked on to mobile. Even the youngsters are hooked on to mobile. They're doing their online classes. But do you think this is a new feature? No. This has been there since the time the man has started doing business. there is an enzyme for happiness. There is an enzyme which is released and that makes you happy. That's called dopamine. And if that enzyme is released, you feel happy. This is how the human psychology works. And in order to release this enzyme, there are various methods of releasing. One is, because man being a social animal, you actually have your relationships going with your loved ones and friends and family. And that when you come in contact with socially with your friends, automatically this enzyme is released and you feel happy. But for some, uh, they get into drinking, they get into narcotics, and that makes them happy. And so it is very well known that if you drink, it also releases dopamine and makes you happy. And the recent studies have shown that the use of mobile phone also release dopamine. So when the young people who are actually hooked on to mobile all the time, it is basically the feeling of happiness. If you see a person with a mobile phone, he is actually feeling very happy, satisfied that he is carrying a mobile phone in his hand, and he is always on top of things. And when you say that I'm always on top of things, it is about, hey, I'm able to respond to that person within hardly 10 seconds. If I receive a message, my attitude is I have to respond immediately. If I get an email, I have to respond immediately. So it's instant. Unlike the older generation, I'm not from the old generation, but the older generation, before the emails were there, or the SMSs were there, or the instant messengers were there, they had to send a message and they had to wait for 2 days to get a reply, or sometimes 1 week, sometimes a month. So they were not expecting an immediate response from the other person. But in today's era, everyone expects an instant message. There is no time for self-realization. It's instant, and that releases dopamine, makes you happy. The problem is that this kind of lifestyle is also coming into leadership, team leaders, CEOs, C-suite. And everyone is in the same frame of mind. If you're running a startup, you have this troubling sensation in your mind that because you want to be happy, that I want instant results. If I am actually running an organization, why I'm running an organization? Because I expect instant results, and I get rid of the person who cannot give me instant results. So this is a point which I'm making here, that you feel empathy towards your people for whom you're taking care, but then you're actually doing something totally different, because you are now justifying to yourself and to few in your company that you're getting rid of people who are not achieving. And if you look at achievements, every human being has a limit. Every human being comes with a different attitude, and every time the situation does not be conducive to you. So even though you are taking the right step, those right steps may not result into the right effect. So sometimes the successful people also may not achieve the targets, but then you as a C-suite in today's environment don't have patience, because you're used to that kind of work. You want instant gratification. And the culture of hire and fire starts creeping in. If you're not able to achieve results, you are fired from the organization. And if you're basically, if you do that, then obviously, where is the question of taking care of your people? You're definitely not taking care of your people, isn't it? So this is something which is we have to understand. When we start thinking about converting our ideas into $1 billion idea, we have to start thinking that the empathy is not equal to pity. That in spite of you failing, I have empathized and I have retained you in the job. This is not the right thinking. I'll tell you, this is exactly happening to the kids also nowadays. you see what happens is when the kids also, they get the certificate for participation. When we were actually studying, we used to only get three certificate: A, first, gold, silver, and bronze. Whatever we do, first, second, and third. There were no further position. If there are 40 students in the class, there was no consolation prizes. There was nothing like that. There was a first, second, and third positions in the class. But today, what is happening? You don't want, as a teacher, you don't want the students to feel bad. So there are certificates given to everyone. Hey, you participated in this quiz. So what if you did not win it? But since I'm giving you a certificate, that means I'm basically empathizing with you so that you can come back tomorrow and do better. Now, two things will happen. If you're doing this, the first one feels miserable because he actually stood first, but his certificate is now less valuable because everybody got a certificate. And the people who did not deserve to be the first, they also got certified. So they are thinking that, hey, I didn't deserve to get that certificate. So they are even feeling more miserable. So the empathy, understanding of empathy is totally misleading in today's environment, and therefore the people who are thinking like billionaires, they understand what is pity and what is empathy. So the point number 3 is that empathy is not equal to pity. And that brings me to my most important point about winning and losing. So is it always important as a chief executive to win all the time? Are you there to always succeed in life? Or are you there to be part of a journey? So people say that, hey, I expect results because I want to win. I want to make sure that every quarter the numbers are showing positive profits all the time. And that is what they actually do. Every quarter the numbers are published. It's a big news. So and so company did so well. They doubled their revenue because this company is headed by the CEO, and he took measures to ensure that we have exceeded the expectations. Number 2 is, if the expectations are not met, then you fire a couple of people. So that brings me to the care part, which I spoke earlier. Now, in order to reflect good quarterly numbers, you get rid of few people, and because you want to win. So what is happening to the psychology of the people who have who basically lost their job? They will not be able to provide provisions for their family. But more important, what happens to the people who are still in the job in your company? Because the company's culture is that it has to win all the time. You want to win all the time as C-suite, as a CEO of the company. The people who are surviving in that company, who survived the purge, they are also thinking, hey, I don't know how long I will last. So they get into a negative spiral. So even though you have a good positive attitude of winning is a very positive attitude, but it is counterproductive as compared to your second number, which is care, and the third number, which is empathy. So sometimes you have to understand what is winning very, very, carefully. You have to apply this to your company. Now, if we are in business, everybody thinks that, hey, we are doing very good business. But business has been around even before the humans were born. Or let's say, to simplify, when humans were born, the business was also born. So it's not today, it's not the Apples, and it is Boeing and all these large Reliance from India. The business has been around forever, and the rules of engagement have been around forever. So basically, if you look at a game, if you look at a game and compare a tournament with your company, there is always the outcome of the game will be either you win or lose, or sometimes it's a draw. So if the team wins, you win. If the team lose, you lose. And if you want to win all the time, every time you want to win, then obviously it cannot happen, because it depends on the type of game you are playing. There could be a game which will finish in 45 minutes. There could be a game like game of hockey, which will have 2 halves, and there will be a break, and after that the win and loss will be declared. Winning team and the losing team will be declared. But the business is not ending that day. If you start playing a game, it will not end by the end of that. If you lose, doesn't mean that your company will also wind up. So that is why you have to understand what is win and what is a losing side, and what is the infinite existence. So coming back to this point number 4, you have to understand, when you start thinking like a billionaire, the billionaires are not there for winning or losing. They are in the game for infinite existence. Because what happens, if you look at the war today, it's not some country has defeated another country. If you look at US, for example, what the Americans were doing in Vietnam, they were actually fighting for winning the battle. But on the other side, what the Vietnamese were doing, they were making the other opponent tired, because they knew that this is our land and we are going to live here. So I'm going to make you tired. And this is what exactly happened in Afghanistan. The Russians, they were actually fighting to win, whereas the Afghan militias, they were fighting to live. So it's a game of iteration. So if the billionaire understands this very well, he's not in the game for winning. But if you elongate the game to infinity, then obviously you don't consider any win today as a big deal, because you know that tomorrow you lose a few deals, and day after tomorrow you again win few deals. So as long as you're having a long-term plan as an organization, you will not be affected by win or losing any contract. So I think this is something which matters, and all billionaires, millionaires, successful business people think like this. So these are the 4 points which I thought I'll bring it to your notice, and make sure that you understand that the idea is definitely important, but if you don't have the aptitude or attitude to convert that idea into a $1 billion business, then this idea will be of no use. So I end my discussion, friends, here. And I like to say thanks to people who have sent messages, and also big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their support help us make this knowledge-based video. So now I end by giving you a message from them. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we would like to discuss about the Afghan crisis and how Afghanistan new regime can form the government. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad, Advocate Jeet Bhatt, who is a practicing lawyer at Ahmedabad High Court. And before we welcome him, friends, I want to tell you that we are live across all multiple platforms. So whichever corner of the world, whichever social media platform you're watching this live stream, you can actually use the chat function to communicate with us. If you have a question or an observation or a suggestion, you can shoot it right away. We will display your name and your question and answer it straight away. So let's welcome Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you for having me on your show, Akulmach Live. And yes, today we are going to discuss about the interesting and ongoing topic of Afghanistan and the United Nations, and what are the international laws regarding treating a state to be an independent state and claiming the recognition under international law.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, I was also reading the United Nations Charter, and I think there are 200 and odd countries today that exist in our world. And the world is totally different. If you look at the world today, it is not what it used to be 500 years back. And in order to become an independent, sovereign nation or a country or a government or a state, there are certain criteria that a country has to fulfill. So I think over to you. You can tell us, tell our viewers about the legal criteria that United Nations has set for a country to be called an independent and sovereign nation. Over to you, Jeet.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. World has changed over 500 years. We see a lot of change in a lot of ways. But certainly state and its existence and the sovereign powers that it exercises certainly is a legal concept which has been developed under the international law. And we would certainly discuss how a state is recognized, what are the criteria which are required for recognition of a state, and how sovereignty can be claimed over the people. But yes, United Nations is the body which deals with a lot of international laws and its implementation and execution. But it will be amusing to know that Afghanistan was one of the first members to join the United Nations in the year 1945, when United Nations came into existence. But right now it is going through its own crisis. And therefore, we are going to discuss on its way ahead and how international law sees the current situation. But with respect to the obligations and the requirement of becoming a state, the international law provides that either a new state is born from an existing state, or an old state which disappears and comes with a new name, or by splitting an existing state into two states. So the states, if they enjoy certain rights, privileges, and obligations, then if it can get the recognition as a state, which is very essential under the international law. So under the United Nations Charter, as well as under the international law obligation, a state's acknowledgement or acceptance as an international personality by the existing state of the international community is in a way a declaration to fulfill certain essential conditions of statehood as required under the international law. So the essentials for recognition of a state are: it must have a population, it must be in a territory, it should have a government, and the government should be exercising sovereign power over its people, and the control should tend towards permanency. So the control of sovereignty which the state or the government exercises over the population in a specified territory, it should be in a nature of permanence. So sovereignty, as we see the concept in India, has been dwelled upon under the Constitution of India. And our preamble itself says that we resolve ourselves to make India a democratic, sovereign, socialist republic state. So therefore, by way of a constitution, we, the people of India, have resolved to make India a democratic, sovereign republic state. And therefore, India has been recognized throughout the world as a sovereign nation. And also, similarly, all other nations which exercise sovereign powers, because this is very important to have a legal personality, a legal relationship. So therefore, it is a very important concept, and it requires these 5 conditions. If it fulfills these 5 conditions, then it can be recognized by other existing states to be a recognized state in the world over. So there are so the conditions, again, if I may mention, that it must be there must be a politically organized government which has control over definite territory, which must be permanent, and which must be independent. So this is what are the requirements for recognition. And then the existing states would recognize the country and its government as a sovereign nation in respect to international law. So therefore, there have been several cases earlier also, especially with regards to Israel and Palestine dispute, also China-Taiwan disputes, where some countries recognize these countries as an independent state, whereas others don't. And in fact, India did not recognize Israel till 1999. So therefore, though it were entered into relationships with regards to arms and ammunition, but it did not recognize Israel till 1999. Even China-Taiwan disputes, 15 countries recognize Taiwan as a state all over the world. The remaining don't. And the others see it as a part of Republic of China. So therefore, there are several such cases where there have been disputes with regards to recognition. But one of the very important conventions under international law is the Montevideo Convention. And the Montevideo Convention specifies that to consider a state as an international person, the state should adhere to the following 4 qualifications, which if are met, then as per this Montevideo Convention, it would be recognized as a state. And the 4 conditions or qualifications are that it should have a permanent population, it should have a definite territory, it should have a government recognized under the law or recognized in accordance with law, and a capacity to enter into relationships with other states. So these are the 4 conditions which are mentioned under the Montevideo Convention. And if any state meets with these 4 conditions, then it can be recognized, and then it becomes the duty of other existing states to recognize it. Now, with this in mind, considering the present crisis in Afghanistan, Afghanistan had a government which was run by the president, Mr. Ghani. And on 15th August he had to flee Afghanistan and he had to take shelter in a neighboring country. And he posted a Facebook video saying that the Taliban has taken over. And therefore, he had to flee to save his life and also for the safety of the people of of Afghanistan. Now, being a president under the constitution of Afghanistan, the only way for Mr. Ghani to have abandoned his post of presidentship was to tender a resignation. Now, if he tendered a resignation, then the vice president would have taken over. And Vice President Mr. Saleh also had to flee from Afghanistan, and that was the situation that was created by Taliban. So, under the constitutional setup of Afghanistan, the Taliban has not taken over through legal means. So, the taking over of Taliban of Afghanistan is not in accordance with the constitutional law of Afghanistan. And therefore, there is a debate going on under the international law that though Taliban, because Afghanistan has been recognized as a state, the question is whether to recognize Taliban as its government in respect to international law. Now, Afghanistan does have a permanent population. It does have a definite territory because territories have been defined. It does have a government. And Taliban has claimed to have taken over and it has already formed a new government. It also has the capacity to enter into relationships with other states. But the only question is that the government established by Taliban is not through legal and constitutional sources. And therefore, whether in accordance with these conventions, can it be said that Taliban has taken over the reins through legal and constitutional means? And the answer, in accordance with the Afghanistan's constitution and the rules of law, is that it is not taken over in accordance with law. It has been taken over by force. So therefore, it is a government established, but not in accordance with law. But we have seen experiences under the international law where though the governments have been taken over, there have been dictatorships, etc. But the international law does not specifically want only a democratic setup or a democratic country. It can be any form of government, but it has to be a government which has the capacity to rule its people and it has sovereign powers. So then it would be recognized. So therefore, there is a debate going on right now that what is the status of Taliban with respect to Afghanistan and can it be said to be recognized by the world over by different existing states. So right now, if we look at the current situation, European Union and US have set out certain conditions that if the Taliban can meet with the international law obligations of following the humanitarian law and the human rights, and if they do not violate the human rights of ethnic minorities, also women and children, and can establish peace without using force and without violation of human rights, then in such circumstances, it could be recognized. Though no state has come forward recognizing Taliban, except Russia and China, which have shown some willingness to accept Taliban as the government, de facto government under the Afghanistan. But still other countries have not come out openly and accepted Taliban as the de facto government of Afghanistan. So therefore, there has been a lot of debate going on. Technically, under the international law, Taliban can be recognized, but the only development under the international law wherein it can be refused is that though de facto it has established the government, but de jure, that is speaking under the law, it is not a valid government established under the law. And therefore, that is the predicament which might come for other countries to accept Taliban as the government of Afghanistan. But what I see through the statements being made is that if the Taliban is able to meet with certain conditions of complying with human rights and other international law obligations, then some governments would accept Taliban as the government of Afghanistan.
Very well mentioned by you, Jeet. In fact, let us summarize for the benefit of our viewers. Let us summarize the 5 to 6 conditions which have been laid down to form an independent sovereign country and government. So number one is you should have a land which is not disputed by any other. So you can't have disputed land and call it your own country. So that is, I think, Afghanistan qualifies there. Number two is you should have some economy, because if you have a land, you should have some business activity going on. So there also Afghanistan qualifies. Number three, people. If you have economy and people, I think the Afghanistan qualifies in first three criteria. Number four, as you rightly mentioned, I'm just summarizing, I'm just simplifying, oversimplifying what you just told us. Government by law. So when the government is formed, it should have a rule of law. It should have some sort of measures to take care of citizens. It should have a court system. It must also have a constitution. So you can have a democratic government, or you can have an autocratic government. Both are possible as per United Nations. So I think there also what you're trying to tell our viewers is that the Afghanistan partially scores some marks there because they have a government, but it is not really formed by the legal process. Number five is recognition by other countries. Yes. And so that will take a lot of time, I believe, to justify what has happened in Afghanistan, and the new government will justify a lot of backdoor discussion needs to go through, and that will take hundreds of years. Maybe it will not happen like tomorrow. And so this is so far we have discussed. Before we proceed, Jeet, there is a message from one of our viewers, and his observation is his name is Mr. Syed, and he's joined us from Facebook platforms. And his observation is that the current government is actually established by United Nations. Their willingness, and he is also saying that probably some sort of agreement was signed in month of February 2020. So this is just an observation. I don't have any comment. If you want to take this up to you, Jeet.
Yes, so just as he said that government is formed by United States. In fact, United States had a very important role to play in Afghanistan, because after the 9/11 attack, United States had captured and taken over Afghanistan from Taliban, because they attacked Taliban and also Al-Qaeda. And their target was Al-Qaeda. They wanted to completely demolish the organization of Al-Qaeda. And they put up their troops along with United Nations and other countries, and they stayed there for almost 20 years. And probably in February, as he mentioned, I think it was the Trump administration entering into an agreement with Taliban and saying that they will withdraw by August 31st. And in pursuance to that agreement, the US withdrew its troops from Afghanistan. And this led the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. So yes, he has a comment to make, and that has a brief history attached to it as well. So yes.
So, Jeet, in fact, now Taliban qualifies on 3.5 parameters out of 5 or 6 parameters. So I think it will be very tough for them to get recognized by the world community. Because they need to prove certain parameters. And I think I have one very, very important question, that right now it appears, in fact, it is a fact that it's an autocratic government. That means they have seized power by using gun, and it is not basically because of willingness of the citizens of that land. So anybody can actually flout a gun and seize power. Right. But then it's is it recognized by United Nations? I mean, this kind of anybody can form a government this way. Is it recognized? Your suggestion on this, Jeet?
International law is also developing along with other areas of law, as we see domestically as well as internationally. So here, right now, there is a big debate going on whether to recognize a government which has not followed the legal parameters and which has taken over by force. So there can be revolt and there can be revolution in a lot of countries, and which may result into overthrowing the government, or it may result into making a new country. But every time it is not possible that this will, because though India is a leading example, because we threw the Britishers by non-violence and through peaceful movement, but that is not possible for a lot of other countries which used force. So therefore, they have been recognized in past. But right now, there is a debate going on whether to recognize countries which have formed government through measures beyond the rule of law and beyond constitutional parameters. But I think time will tell if Taliban ultimately gets recognition. But it will have to prove itself, and it will have to show that it complies and protects and preserves the rights of its citizens and individuals in the country. And if it can adhere to the international law obligations of human rights, then probably there would be countries which would enter, because ultimately it has a long-lasting, it has been declared to be a state and has a long history. And there is a lot of trade going on as well with Afghanistan and other countries. So probably if Taliban can manage its affairs by not using force on its own people and can preserve human rights and the dignity of individuals, then probably over time it might see recognition of different states.
Jeet, we have one more question, and this time from a viewer called Edify Learning. And this viewer has joined us from YouTube, and basically a concerned viewer, and the viewer is saying that the autocratic government is basically not looking after the people. So can UN intervene and do something here? I think that's really the question here.
Okay. So if there is persistent violation of international law, then UN can intervene. The Security Council can intervene if there is a attack or the Taliban uses its territories or its borders for transporting terrorism. But otherwise, for its internal affairs, not for every action can United Nations intervene in this as and when it wants to intervene. But there has to be certain actions on the part of Taliban which justify the intervention of United Nations. Otherwise, United Nations is not a body which governs all countries or its internal affairs. It is to ensure that peace prevails over the world and trade and commerce happens. So if Taliban uses such force, then United Nations can intervene.
Jeet, I have one last question where you mentioned in the beginning that the Afghanistan was the first member of United Nations. So is their membership still stays, or is it sort of dissolved? What is your information?
Membership stays, but existing other states can de-recognize Afghanistan as a member state. But its membership will stay because it was one of the first joining members, and still it is a country. So therefore, only the question is recognizing the government as the government of Afghanistan. So Afghanistan as a country will not be de-recognized, but the question will remain whether to recognize Taliban as its government or not.
I think, the autocratic method of forming a government or seizing power is not a long-lasting solution. Usually, as you mentioned, Jeet, there are always revolution and coups, and such autocratic regimes are overthrown in favor of democratic regimes. So I think Taliban has formed the government right now, but it will be very difficult for them to remain in power for very long. It appears so because they have to fulfill many criterias. It takes number of years to build that trust among other countries, and also to continue being member of United Nations
Otherwise, you will become a failed state like Somalia, where there is no support. So I think you have summarized the session today. Very, very important, because Afghan crisis, and it's all over in the news. Thank you so much for joining us today and explaining the legal aspects around this Afghan crisis.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on the show. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was an early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation. And so he mentioned few things, he mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that, this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important, because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying. We're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects, so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front, window.
That's right. So Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting, a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch. Make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great. And, maybe that could be adopted around the world, although we're on different time zones. But we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. That's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Right.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think. Thank you, Neville, for telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think thank you. I would like to say first thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I graciously welcome you all on this edition of Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss on a very, very important legal issue. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that we want to discuss about love jihad. And to discuss further, let me invite my close friend from Ahmedabad, lawyer Jeet Bhatt.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you for introducing me and having me in this show. I'm also looking forward for this discussion on this interesting topic.
Jeet, actually, you know that lately, for the last 5-10 years or slightly more, this word, love jihad, has been in a lot of news and a lot of controversy. And so much so that the state governments, or certain state governments in India, have brought in a separate law to prevent the interfaith marriages. So we would like to know that what this legal aspect of this, is there a validity of this law? Do you think this law is justified? So I think you are the legal brain in between both of us. I will ask this from you to explain the love jihad to our viewers and to listeners.
Yes, Chandrakant, what is we see in news these days that a lot of states are coming up with these acts, passing acts against unlawful conversion of religion. And basically, love, there is no legal terminology as such as love jihad. But what it is understood is that religion is used to convert, and love is being used, and marriage, through marriage, there is a conversion going on in some of the states in India, and which is known as the love jihad. But all these acts which have been passed against conversion speak about unlawful conversion which has been done through fraudulent or illegal means. but it does not in any manner stop the willful conversion of any individual from one religion to another. And it cannot as well, because the right to practice, profess, and propagate a religion, any religion, is a fundamental right of every individual. And it is guaranteed under Article 25 of the Constitution of India, which is subject to certain restrictions, of course. But basically, what Article 25 guarantees to every citizen is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion, which provides that all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion, but that is subject to public order, morality, and health, and to the other provisions of the Constitution, fundamental rights of the Constitution. So it is subject to other fundamental rights and is also not permissible when it is against public order, morality, and health. So these three are the basic restrictions imposed on any individual to practice and profess and propagate his right to religion. But otherwise, right to freedom of religion is guaranteed from Article 25 to 28, wherein the first is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. The next is freedom to manage religious affairs and freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion, and freedom as to attendance at religious instruction of or religious worship in a certain educational institute. So freedom of religion is prescribed as fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3 of the Constitution of India. So there cannot be any law which violates the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. And if any law which is passed in violation would be declared to be void or would become inconsistent with respect to the extent it is in violation of the fundamental rights. But recently, what we find is that the Uttar Pradesh government has come out with the Uttar Pradesh Prohibition of Unlawful Conversion of Religious Ordinance 2020, in which the conversion and what section 3 provides is for unlawful conversion to be an offense. It says that no person shall convert or attempt to convert, either directly or otherwise, any other person from one religion to another by use or practice of misrepresentation, force, undue influence, coercion, allurement, or by any fraudulent means, or by marriage, nor shall any person abet, convince, or conspire such conversion. So, conversion which is done through such illegal means under undue influence, so by making false representations or by making false statements, if or under coercion, which means by threat or under some fear, or through some kind of allurement of giving monetary benefits or a better life. So all such types of conversion which are done using such tactics is made illegal and an offense under this UP Prohibition of Unlawful Conversion Act of 2020. So this act also speaks about the validity of marriages which are done, and also it imposes restrictions, and also prior permissions are required in order to convert one person from one religion to another, wherein an application has to be made to the district magistrate 60 days in advance, and thereafter an inquiry would be held by the district magistrate through the police. And on the basis of that inquiry, if ultimately it is found that it is done through free will and it is not in any manner an unlawful uh, conversion, then such permission would be granted by the district magistrate. So uh, this is the basic scheme of this ordinance which is passed by the Uttar Pradesh. But I must also point out that this is not the first uh, anti-conversion act passed by any state in India. There are around 8 states in the country which has anti-conversion laws having, to an extent, similar provisions restricting conversion from one religion to another by unlawful means. And in fact, it would be interesting to know that the parliament also in the initial days in 1954 as well as in 1960
attempted to bring an anti-conversion law at the central national level, but somehow at that time it could not gain majority, and therefore it could not fructify. But there is a legal impediment in creating a national law is because the public order under which these acts are passed is exclusively in the domain of the state, and therefore only the state legislature can enact such laws on anti-conversion. The national, it would not be possible for the central government to come out with a legislation through the parliament. So therefore, there are 8 states in India which already have these anti-conversion laws, and Uttar Pradesh is the ninth state, and there are a couple of more states who are also planning to bring out this anti-conversion law. But the initial acts which were passed by the state legislature in the year 1967 in Madhya Pradesh, those acts were challenged for the Supreme Court, saying that they violate Article 25 of the Constitution, and such acts, therefore, are unconstitutional and cannot be passed by the state government. But the Supreme Court, in the judgment of Rev. Stanislaus versus State of Madhya Pradesh, delivered in the year 1977, examined the entire issue on this right to practice and propagate one's religion, and ultimately held that it did not include the right to convert others from one religion to another. That there is a right to propagate, practice, and profess one's religion to his own conscience. Through his willful means, he can convert, and there cannot be any restriction. But that right does not include the right to convert others. So there is a difference. I can accept any religion, but that does not give me a right that I can convert others from one religion to another. So that is a restriction which the Supreme Court interpreted Article 25 and said that 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 does not include in Article 25 the right to convert, and therefore any restriction on the right to convert would be well within the permissible limits of uh, powers of the state legislature, and therefore such act which uh, prohibits conversion through unlawful and illegal means can be an offense, and its constitutional validity was upheld, and they were not declared to be unconstitutional. So, what I would just like to read a couple of lines from what the Supreme Court uh, 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 has summarized. I quote that it has to be remembered that Article 25, subclause 1 guarantees freedom of conscience to every citizen and not merely to the followers of one particular religion. And that in turn postulates that there is no fundamental right to convert another person to one's own religion. Because if a person purposely undertakes the conversion of another person to his religion as distinguished from his effort to transmit or spread the tenets of his religion, that would impinge on the freedom of conscience guaranteed to all the citizens of the country. So this is what the Supreme Court held, and also why the Supreme Court permitted these anti-conversion law was because it holds that Article 25 stipulates that the right is subject to public order. The court also found that the acts clearly provide for the maintenance of public order. For if forcible conversion had not been prohibited, that would have created public disorder in the states, and that the expression public order is of wide connotation. On the question of competence, the court found that the acts fall within the purview of the states pursuant to entry 1 and list 2 of the Constitution's 7th schedule, and are not regulated as a subject of religion, which is under the residuary jurisdiction of the central legislature. So this is how the Supreme Court in 1977 found certain anti-conversion statutes passed by Madhya Pradesh and Orissa states as constitutionally valid and permissible. With respect, so therefore there is no wrong or there is no unconstitutionality with respect to passing of anti-conversion law. So with respect to this act, which section 3 also provides that any conversion through unlawful means would be an offense and would not be permissible, I don't, in my opinion, I don't find that provision to be constitutionally unvalid.
So, Jeet, thank you very much for explaining the legal implications and the legal aspect about love jihad. I think as a layman, I feel that there has been instances where the forcible conversion was happening with regard to marriages. So even though there is a anti-conversion law and provisions given by the law to Indian citizen, that means nobody can forcibly convert. But if you're doing a conversion into from one religion to other uh, without any compulsion, it is perfectly normal. And India is a free country; you can follow your religion. But when it comes to the marriage, then you can marry interfaith without converting into any other religion. There was no compulsion. For example, a husband can have a religion and wife can have another religion, and they can practice their own religion as far as the Constitution of India is concerned and the liberty which has been given to citizens. There is no compulsion that for marriage you have to convert. But I think the love jihad has been brought in because there were in certain cases the forcible conversion were happening, and this was happening just before the marriage to be announced. So a partner gets totally confused because the partner is now getting married, and then just 1 hour or few 1 day before the marriage, it was conveyed to the partner that now you have to convert, otherwise the marriage will not happen. So I think these are the issues which were not covered in the anti-conversion law. That is why, in my opinion, as a layman, I feel that there was a need to bring this aspect also, uh, so that the people do not convert forcibly just for the sake of getting married. So, do you have an opinion on that from not only from the legal point of view but also from social angle?
Well, Chandrakant, actually, possible conversion certainly through misrepresentation or through inducement or allurement, as the act itself defines, would be unlawful. And therefore, such conversion would be bad, illegal, and would ultimately become an offense, wherein the punishment which is prescribed is from 1 year to 5 years. And forcible conversion of girls or of minorities or scheduled caste or scheduled tribes, the offense is even stricter. But with respect to interfaith marriages, there are two views, because interfaith marriages has not always been encouraged or seen in a manner which is constitutionally permissible. Of course, two adults wanting to marry any person is their choice, and there can be no impediment or any restriction posed by anyone. But we see in our social fabric that there are several hurdles which are created by family members or societal pressure, wherein such interfaith marriages or intercaste marriages are not easily been permitted. And we have also seen the consequences when, despite adults wanting to marry, and if they marry by running away, then we have seen terrible instances where the Khap Panchayat or even the family members, they kill their own kith and kin, and which is completely unconstitutional, impermissible, and it is extremely barbaric. So there needs to be protection of choice, freedom of choice, and liberty. So when two adults want to marry any person of any faith through their free will, there cannot be any impediment, and that should be clearly enforced and also protected by the state. And what we also see is that there was a survey wherein it was found that in last 1 month alone, there were 117 cases filed in the High Court uh, by couples who were wanting to marry or were married for protection, as they were threatened by their family members or other community members or religious members. And the High Court has throughout directed the senior superintendent of police and district police officers to act upon the complaints of the couples who are facing threat to life and liberty from relatives on account of their marriage outside caste or religion. And therefore, the high courts and the Supreme Courts have always upheld and protected this right of choice and liberty of every adult individual. and it also directs the senior officers to grant protection to such couples who want to live on their own free will. But yes, with respect to fraudulent marriages which are done by alluring or giving some monetary benefits or by way of illegal means, certainly that would cannot be also permitted at the same time. But unnecessary restrictions which I find in this act is that it is not just that an advance intimidation is required to be given to the district magistrate. It is also that the permission is to be sought and inquiry is held, and the district magistrate in every case would find out through police means that whether the couple which is marrying or if there is any conversion that is happening through free will. So such in my opinion, this amounts to intimidation as well as interference with your right to privacy and your right to choice. Because every decision or every person who is trying to convert or trying to marry some other person from another religion is not through illegal means. So those who are legally trying to settle into their marriage interfaith or intercaste would not like such restrictions or such permissions to be obtained, because if I want to marry any person, I don't have to seek any permission from any other authority. So this authoritarian approach of the government, which makes me take permission before marrying, I find it a little intimidating and violating my right to privacy and the right to freedom of choice which I have. So that is one thing which is objectionable. Second is what is objectionable under the UP Act, and which is different from all other acts, is that the burden of proof. Now, so if any person who complains that this marriage or conversion is illegal, then it is not just that the victim who is being converted or who is being allured into marriage can only register the FIR or initiate prosecution. It is any person in his family member, it can be any blood relative uh, who has a right to lodge a first information report, that is the FIR, and initiate a prosecution, which I believe is also intrusive, because the victim, if there is a victim who has been lured into love jihad or has been converted through some fraudulent means, he can very well come up and say that I've been uh, I've been fraudulently converted from one religion to another. But his parents, so suppose my parents do not want me to marry into another intercaste marriage, then even though it is within my choice and my right, and I'm an adult wanting to marry, my parents or any blood relative or any community member can object and initiate a prosecution. That is one thing. Another thing which is objectionable, and the third thing is the burden of proof, which says that the burden of proof as to whether a religious conversion was not affected through misrepresentation, force, undue influence, coercion, allurement, or by any fraudulent means lies on the person who has caused the conversion, and whether such conversion has been facilitated by any person on such other person. So the burden of proof is against the person who has caused conversion. Now, this is again also objectionable, because if I have converted some person in order to marry, and if that person has willfully and with her consent uh, uh, converted, but their parents object, now then, which causes an FIR and a prosecution, then I have to prove that this conversion is by lawful means and it is not unlawful means. Now this is so these are the three objectionable things in the act. Otherwise, uh, unlawful conversion, yes, is permissible and can be made an offense. There is no question with regards to that. But this act goes beyond the other acts which are passed in other states, and therefore this act is again challenged before the Supreme Court by some members of the community, and ultimately it is for the Supreme Court to decide whether this act is constitutionally valid or not. But there are some aspects which seem to be unfair.
So, Ajit, the way women were harassed, and some of the members of our society were harassed forcing conversion just for the sake of marriage. See, when you marry somebody, you don't have to really convert into some other religion. But then there are certain citizens of India who are harassed to convert, otherwise marriage will not happen at the fag end of the celebration. So I think that is where that created a problem, and I think there were a lot of cases publicized, much publicized cases, also involving IS officers, very senior people, well established, and part of bureaucracy suffering because of this aspect. So I think a lot of people actually had filed complaints in the courts, and I think that is why this new provision has been brought in. See, as a layman, I don't see if I have to marry somebody, I need to force a conversion, because if I love somebody, then I really love the person. I don't really love the religion of the person. So why there is a need to change? So I think that is where the fine line is, and I'm sure, as you were saying, that the Supreme Court will, take a decision on that. But I think there was a social angle associated with it, where people were suffering. There were a lot of complaints for last many years, maybe 100 years, and finally, certain governments chose that they basically will brought in the law to prevent it in some form or the other. I think that is where the way I understand is that this is basically to prevent conversion by promising a marriage. I think that is the only caveat here. And moreover, so if you basically say that, hey, I am willfully converting, there is no problem. You go ahead and marry. But if you don't know about that conversion aspect and you're getting into a marriage, and then at the fag end of the situation, you have been told that you have to marry because we will not marry until unless you convert, that is where the problem lies.
Right. To that, you are right, because there is a difference between unlawful conversion and lawful conversion, and that has been clearly laid down in the Act. So my only concern is that those who are lawfully wanting to settle by way of marriage should not be harassed only because there are certain elements who try to unlawfully take advantage. So that is the only concern. Otherwise, illegal or unlawful conversion is not permissible, also under the Constitution as well as under the Act, and therefore there cannot be any problem to that.
So
but they should not harry the persons who are on the right side of it.
I think your concerns are well taken and appreciated, because obviously the harassment should not be there, because two people are in love with each other and they're trying to marry. It should not lead to some sort of harassment. I think the legal fraternity will take a right decision. The matter is in Supreme Court. I'm sure the judges, honorable judges, will basically decide what is best for India. So
absolutely.
Thank you for finding time and discussing this very, very important subject and clarifying some of these legal aspects to our listeners and viewers. Jeet, thank you so much, and I will catch up with you next Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.